Hello, and welcome back to the Ideas and Imagination stream, part of WOTS 2020 Online. We are so excited to get started with our first panel of the afternoon, but before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that WOTS Toronto operates on land that is the territory of the Huron-Wendat and Petun First Nations, the Seneca, and the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation. This territory is the subject of the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement between the Haudenosaunee Confederacy and the Confederacy of the Anishinaabe and Allied Nations to care for and share the resources around the Great Lakes in peace. Tkaronto is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples with long histories on this land. And we are privileged to live, work, and create in this territory and strive to act with awareness and solidarity. We encourage you to educate yourself about the land you occupy, wherever you're tuning in from. You can find this out at www.native-land.ca, link dropped now in the YouTube live comments. So without further ado, please welcome your host for Writing Healthcare, Impressions from a Pandemic, presented by the City of Toronto, Mark Bulgutch. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon to you and to everybody.
Mark Bulgutch retired from CBC News after an award-winning career of almost 40 years. His last job there was as senior executive producer of the news service, which included responsibility for all live television news specials. Wow. In semi-retirement, he continues to teach journalism at Ryerson University, which he's been doing since 1988. He's also been writing books, That's Why I'm a Journalist, which recounts a memorable day in the life of 44 reporters, and That's Why I'm a Doctor, which tells case stories from 46 physicians. Extraordinary Canadians, written with Peter Mansbridge, will be out in November. And he's now working on How to Make Canada Even Better, which will be published in late 2021. Hello.
Hi, and thanks for that introduction. Of course. So I know we're missing a couple of our panelists still, I believe. But let's see what we have. I think we have Cathy is there. Cathy Crowe, who is a street nurse, an educator, and a filmmaker who advocates for the homeless. She is the author of Dying for a Home, Homeless Activists Speak Out, and also of A Knapsack Full of Dreams, Memoirs of a Street Nurse. She was an executive producer in the Home Safe documentary film series, and is the subject of the film Street Nurse. Cathy is a distinguished visiting practitioner in the Faculty of Arts at Ryerson University. In 2018, she became a member of the Order of Canada. Bahar is here. Bahar Orang is a physician in training here in Toronto. Her poetry and her essays have been published in many places. Her first book is Where Things Touch, a meditation on beauty. James Maskalyk practices emergency medicine and trauma at St. Michael's Hospital and teaches at the University of Toronto. He is strategic director of a program that works with Ethiopian partners at Addis Ababa University to train East Africa's first emergency physicians and is a member of Doctors Without Borders. He wrote a diary for the Globe and Mail during the early days of COVID-19. He is the best-selling author of 6 Months in Sudan and of Life on the Ground Floor, and is now writing Doctor Heal Thyself, about moving beyond traditional views of the body to explore different types of healing. So I believe Kwame McKenzie has joined us. Kwame, are you there? You are. Way to go.
I'm hoping I'm there. I'm backstage.
He's on his way. Here he is. Kwame McKenzie.
Hey, well, glad to see you, and I'm really sorry, Cathy and Bahar and James, you're late.
You're right on time. Kwame, let me introduce you. Kwame is the CEO of the Wellesley Institute, the Director of Health Equity at the Center of Addiction and Mental Health, most of us call that CAMH, and a professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Toronto. He is an international expert on the social causes of mental illness, suicide, and the development of effective, equitable health systems, who has written more than 200 papers and 5 books, including Racism and Mental Health and Depression. And we have one more panelist.
I don't know that despite all of that, he can't use technology.
Yeah, well.
You made a grand in for
So our last panelist is Vincent Lam. I don't think he's here yet. Am I right about that? I'm right about that. Right, he's not here yet. Okay, so we'll start with the four, you and me. I should just mention, in case someone's wondering, I did write a book called That's Why I'm a Journalist, and I am a journalist. I also wrote a book called That's Why I'm a Doctor. I am not a doctor, so I am a disadvantage here. Maybe I'm just like everybody else watching, though. I am not a health professional at all. So let me start, since this is about the pandemic, and you are all in the field of medicine in some way or another. Let's just get some facts here about what has the pandemic been like for you as a medical professional. We'll put the writing aside for a minute. So what's the pandemic been like for you? Why don't we start with Cathy?
Sure. Well, I actually, in my home office, put up a sign on my door calling it the war room with a beautiful picture of what the virus looks like. And it felt like it was SARS too, you know, only massively frantic, because we'd been worrying so long about how this would affect the homeless population. And it was an uphill battle just from day one to get testing, physical distancing, masks we only got 2 weeks ago for people that are homeless in shelters. So it's been an uphill battle. It's been dangerously frantic and very tense.
Okay, Bahar?
I will say that, first of all, a lot of the work that I've been doing has shifted to virtual and virtual care. And that's, I guess, sort of raised some important questions about accessibility and about surveillance for me. And then I think the other piece as a student doctor is that there's always this kind of perpetual possibility that we might be relocated to another site, another hospital, another place that's been kind of overwhelmed by the pandemic. And that hasn't happened yet, but we're all living inside that prospect.
Okay, James, what about you? What's life been like as a physician?
You know, I'm going to be an outlier here maybe and say this is probably the best time of my life. And I mention that in the context of my mother died and I got diagnosed with cancer. And yet, this is the most important time I've lived through so far. I've been waiting my whole career for the conversations that are emerging right now that these fine people are a part of, like Cathy, let's house the homeless permanently. Like, you know, Bahar and Kwame, you know, there is a crisis of mental health in our society. Let's address it. What is essential? You know, we're burning down the Amazon. It's our pharmacy. You know, we're slowing down. We're really, I know we're enduring a tremendous amount of stress and strain, but that's, in my opinion, something with which we need to go through. So, you know, I know we suffer and we all suffer together, however. And as I watch the masks up go up in Jakarta like they do in Addis Ababa and Toronto, I think about the opportunity that we have to come together and really care for each other and vulnerable people in a way that I've never seen before.
Have you been treating a lot of COVID patients?
Seen 100 cases, probably, or so, I would guess. But, you know, just this latest surge in numbers, for me, the only number that matters is hospitalizations and ICU admissions, because once those goes up, operations stop. Operations are essential. And so, you know, we see COVID all the time. But, you know, the message I think needs to get out there is we're nailing it. You know, we've done an amazing job, and it's not easy. Everyone's got this mini medical school, you know, update. Everyone's got it, knows aerosols and droplets. So, you know, I think that, you know, we're going to get through it and we're going to be better for it.
Okay, Kwame, what's life as a doctor been like for you these last 6-7 months?
Well, I mean, first of all, I'd like to say, James, I'm really sorry to hear about your diagnosis, and I'm really sorry to hear about your mother. You know, you probably are aware that similar to you, I lost my mother to COVID. So
yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
That's one of the things about the pandemic is the amount that it's been personal, as well as been very worrying, because you could see what was going to happen with regards to our response. So as Cathy said, you could see that there would be a problem in the homeless population, and yet you had to work really hard to get the right resources for homeless populations, for racialized populations, and we didn't do a great job with obviously people in long-term care. But then, just like James, on the other side, you've seen the federal government start thinking really transformatively about what they can do. You've seen, as Bahar said, people say, let's go digital. Yeah, let's try and get the digital revolution into care. And really, a lot of people have moved much quicker than they ever have on innovation, even to the point whereas in BC, they almost got rid of homelessness. So all of those things have happened at the same time. As a practitioner, as a person interacting with the medical profession, but also as somebody who's trying to get policy change. So it's been a very exciting and harrowing time at this, all at the same time. So I guess confusing is probably easier thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, your specialty, I guess, is mental health. What has it done to the mental health of the people that you deal with this COVID pandemic?
And it's not just the people I deal with, it's everybody who's had the same issue, which is that you could see that there's this concept which is called coherence, which says that in order for you to be comfortable, there has to be a plan that has to be a good plan. So the government has to have a plan. You have to attach to that plan emotionally. So you have to say, yeah, this is a good idea, need to do it. And the third thing is you have to have the tools and resources and supports to make progress towards that plan. And if all that happens, you're comfortable. And you've been able to see throughout COVID, anybody who, people have said, yeah, we understand the plan. And then they say, yeah, we really want to do this. We want to save lives. We want to help people. And it's where people haven't had the last bit, which is the tools, resources, and supports to make progress towards that plan. That's when the anxiety started rising. That's, when long-term care didn't have the right resources, people started having real difficulties. When mothers and fathers say, well, we haven't got enough room, how can we do learning at home? How can we keep the kids at home? When people started losing their jobs and they're thinking, can we make rent? All of those things are raising the levels of anxiety. So we're seeing more anxiety and depression, and we're seeing that in people who've never had mental health problems before, but we're seeing it exacerbating existing mental health problems as well.
Okay. Well, since this is word on the street, and we're kind of focusing on writing, let me ask you now, what has happened to your writing during the pandemic? Have you been writing specifically about it? Have you found no time to write? What's happened to you, Cathy?
So I have a monthly blog on rabble.ca, and beginning back in February, even pre-pandemic declaration, I just began shifting to write about that, but using my blog to influence policy. So my little grandson took a picture of a Monopoly board with hotels on it, and that was my image for the blog, where early on we knew other countries were using hotels to physically distance the homeless population. So that blog was about that. So I chronicle every month what the current challenge is. And there's always a new one. And I just want to add, Mark, that what a time to be a journalist or to be teaching journalism students, because I could not do my work without them. And hopefully they feel the same about me because we talk almost daily to various reporters and journalists, and because they are a huge, important communicator in a very complex world right now.
Yeah, I mean, at a time when we need truth and real hard information, in a world of social media and where anybody can say anything and nobody knows what to believe, it is a time where people should find trusted sources of information, because it's life and death we're here talking about. Bahar, what have you been writing in the last few months?
Well, to be honest, I haven't been writing very much. I feel like, there might be this assumption that we're home more and that maybe there's more time to write. And, of course, you need the material conditions of writing. You need the time, you need the space, you need the desk, but you also need like the psychic conditions to write. And right now there's so much uncertainty and so much anxiety. I think that's foreclosed a lot of possibilities of writing for me.
I don't know who that is. James, you having time to write?
Strange tale of COVID for me, because I felt the lymph node in my own neck, and then before long I was one of the first operations that was done as the ORs opened up. So I both know how important they are, and it kind of really, I'm really focusing on this book that I'm trying to write and my own healing. And I think one of the one thing we're facing is this: we were living a breakneck pace of life prior to this. And then all of a sudden someone threw a stick in the spokes of this vehicle that was carrying us. Everyone's racing towards the 1 week vacation that they may get, or a 2 week one if they're lucky, and then trying to catch up when they're back and planning their next one. And so I think one of the messages that stuck with me is like, don't feel obligated to continue to produce, even though you have maybe something you want to say. Now's a chance for you to really just take care of yourself. So I've been doing that. And one piece that I've been working on just as quickly is out of Turtle Lodge in Manitoba. It's a Indigenous center for knowledge keeping, traditional knowledge. And they want this message to come out, which I very much believe in, that COVID is a song from the planet. It's a song from the planet about how we treat our animals and how we are living with a diminishing amount of wilderness that's leading to stress in these populations, zoonoses that transmit themselves to us. And it is by knowing this and knowing ourselves and getting closer to the land that we will come up with a cure for it. So I'm reflecting on that and just waiting.
Kwame, have you been writing lately?
Just mainly journalistically, really thinking that there's a lot of opportunity and there's a lot to do. And so, yeah, just trying to pull my thoughts together. I believe that there's something in there that could come out as a fiction, though some people say that my research work is fiction. So I think that there could be something coming, but at the moment, everything has been sort of academic and has been journalism or for policy work, because I think that's probably in the pandemic my best contribution.
Okay, if you're paying strict attention at home, you see another person has joined us, and that is a rather familiar name to many people who read books in Canada. He's Vincent Lam, who has worked in the emergency room at Toronto East General Hospital and helped fight the 2003 SARS outbreak. His first book about 4 medical students who become doctors was Bloodletting and Miraculous Cure. And if you're someone who doesn't know that he won the 2006 Scotiabank Giller Prize, you're probably not watching. It made him the youngest writer and the only first-time writer to win that award. The book was adapted for television, broadcast on HBO Canada. He co-authored The Flu Pandemic and You, a non-fiction guide to influenza pandemics, which was recognized in 2007 with a special recognition award by the American Medical Writers Association. His first novel, The Headmaster's Wager, about a Chinese compulsive gambler and the headmaster of an English school in Saigon during the Vietnam War, was a finalist for the 2012 Governor General's Prize. So welcome aboard. Glad you can make it.
Sorry to be late.
All right, let's catch you up then. What have you been doing in the pandemic, medically speaking? What have you been up to just as a doctor?
Right. Well, these days I practice addictions medicine. And so I've continued to practice addictions medicine. And we were really sort of, and are, in fact, still at the confluence of 2 storms. I think the entire globe understands that we're now in a public health crisis, which is the COVID-19 global pandemic. But in addictions medicine, we were already in the midst of a public health crisis in the form of, I don't think it's too strong a word to call it a plague, in the form of opioid use disorder and overdose deaths associated with opioids and opioid use disorder. And so these two things really ended up interacting in very scary ways. And so we have spent most of the pandemic thus far really trying to scramble in order to try to deliver the best possible addictions medicine care and to modify it really rapidly so that the way that care looks and the way it's shaped as much as possible also responds to new concerns around physical distancing and all kinds of issues. It's a complex time in our field, but I'm really also proud of the people who work in this field, because there has been just a tremendous amount of adaptation and flexibility and creativity and lots of just plain old hard work to try to help our patients. So that's what I've been up to. I've written a few, editorials and things, because I don't think you can be a writer and not write about the pandemic these days. It's basically compulsory. So I've done a bit of that as well. Yeah,
let me pick up on something you just said. That I think everybody for the last 6 months in our country anyway has it's been pandemic. I mean, I remember at the beginning watching newscasts and reading newspapers, and there was nothing else. It was as if the rest of the world stopped because there was only one story. But I wonder what we've forgotten. I mean, especially in medicine and in the medical field, are there a whole bunch of people who have just been laid up at the side because of COVID, and that's all we can think about? Does that happen? Vincent, do you want to start with that?
I think I don't think it's quite as sort of brusque as that. I don't think that surgeons were in the middle of an operation and they just sort of stopped operating because, too bad there's a pandemic. But I think everyone's attention shifted, and as humans, we know that we are actually not able to multitask. Multitasking is a myth, right? What we are able to do cognitively is we're able to switch between tasks. And so both individually and systemically, because we shifted a lot of attention to this really new and really important thing, COVID, it meant that we also shifted attention away from other really important health issues that continue to affect Canadians. And the really unfortunate thing is also that I think in many cases, people who have less resources, people who are disadvantaged in social ways, are also already disadvantaged in certain areas of health. And those disadvantages became exacerbated during COVID in ways that I think, frankly, were really unfair. And it's important to pay attention to them. And we may not have done as good a job as we could have. So we have to make up for lost time.
I suspect, Cathy, you have a lot to say on this.
Well, I think my answer might surprise you, but I think we forgot about school-age children until it was too late. And I think we forgot about primary care systems. So we're now seeing pharmacies being seen as the resource for an additional type of testing as opposed to primary care. And then I think of the northwest part of Toronto with the huge congestion of high-rise congregate living and what transit looks like in those places. I would be terrified to get on one of those buses where everybody is side to side. So I think there's a few areas that we need to refocus on. And, we suddenly became aware again of long-term care, but then it's been forgotten again. So now we're hearing the warnings from infectious disease specialists. And I sure appreciate the letter that came from a whole bunch of infection disease specialists this week that influenced the province, and the warnings coming out of Quebec.
Kwame, I think you have something to say.
Well, one of my friends wrote to me that that COVID was like a social X-ray that were highlighted pathologies in our body politic, which I'm stealing because it's lovely.
It is.
The only problem with it is very much like Cathy and Vincent said, the problems that COVID has exacerbated were actually hidden in plain sight. It's not like we didn't know there was a opioid crisis or a homelessness crisis or any of those things. It's not like we didn't know that there were problems in long-term care, but it really has sharpened our focus on these things. But there has been analyses, and they have tended to show that if there in Ontario have been 3,000 deaths due to COVID, there are also about 3,000 excess deaths, new deaths above the normal rate, which are not due to COVID and are due to other things such as people not getting the care, people delaying for care, people dying for other reasons we don't know. And so there's a toll of COVID, but there's also a toll of the changes which have happened because of COVID.
James, you have anything to add on this?
Yeah, I mean, really, elective surgeries did stop quite suddenly, and they're just getting back into gear. And I think that's when we look at how the hospital functions. We're just learning so much about this is going to be a time to reflect once it's passed, as we look into the science of how many people maybe certainly need those operations even faster, or how many actually resolve spontaneously. And this has just really interrupted our normal functioning to a point where, I think it's just safe to say we don't know. We've all flared, I can't help but think of our body's immune system. We get this general kind of immunity that happens when we're exposed to a pathogen. Our masks come up, we're getting, very red because we didn't know. All my friends who work in the ER all over the world, they saw what happened in Wuhan, they saw what happened in Italy, and they thought, oh my God, who's going to continue to work next in the bedside next to these people? And what if I get sick and my family gets sick and someone I know dies? But what's happened is we responded, and we responded well, and now we're getting specific. So I think what everyone on this call is so expert in different ways is how are we leaning into the medicine that we know needs to happen most quickly to the people who are at risk. And I know these people, even briefly, they're pushing that agenda forward. And so far, we're lucky. I called St. Mike's just before we got on the call. And actually, I heard from Ethiopia this morning, too. And St. Mike's, it's okay. We're all right. There's no admissions in our ER right now. We're COVID. We've got a lot of cases, but we don't have a lot of people who need hospitalization or ICU. And I just think it's a testament to the people on this call and the people who aren't about how much medicine has taken over our lives, how much we care for our society. And, I think it's a time to reflect and kind of be proud about the work that's ahead in long-term care facilities, with addictions, with the homeless, with mental health. And that's pivotal to everybody. So,
Yeah. Bahar, you have anything to add on this one?
I think I would, agree with what's already been said, that the pandemic has really pulled back the curtain on so much political violence and has intensified so many pre-existing, social ills, the problems in long-term care homes, how people are, held captive effectively in these unsanitary carceral conditions. We've seen and we're continuing to see how capital and economic production is more important than people's lives. We're seeing the biopolitics of white supremacy and how that has caused the unequal distribution of care and vulnerability, and that really it can be a possibility in a time of reckoning for everyone, and probably especially healthcare providers.
Yeah, you all have expertise in mental health, and I wonder, to get back to the literary part of this, what would you recommend people read during a pandemic? Should they be looking for information? Should they be looking for escapism? What do you think, Bahar?
I mean, I don't know if I have any particular recommendations for what to read, but I see from people around me who are politically minded, the kind of reading that's sort of helped in this time has been, reading about abolition, reading about mutual aid, reading about different configurations for, our relationships, right? Our social relations, and thinking about collectivity differently. One thing that I'm reading right now a lot is poetry, just because poetry helps us to think imaginatively, helps us to think creatively, helps us to think a way out of this. So yeah, I think that's what I would say about that.
Cathy, what do you think?
Well, I look forward to reading Bahar's work because I've read everyone else here, and it's an honor to be on this panel with you all. I mix it up a lot. So I just read the sequel to The Handmaid's Tale, or the sequel to it. But I mix it up a lot. I'm reading like a 50-year-old book now called something like The Summer, that's about a grandmother and her granddaughter on an island off of Sweden. And I just mix it up, but I really insert more movies actually than books. And if you read my book, A Knapsack, every chapter is introduced by a movie that dramatically influenced me, including a movie about Tommy Douglas that I know we have a lot of shared admiration for. So I think mix it up and know that books are so accessible, including online through Toronto Public Library and your public library. I read all my books on an iPad now.
Yeah,
which I never thought I'd get used to.
This idea of between like pure escapism and light, fluffy stuff, or should you be looking? I mean, is it healthy to read a book about a pandemic? Is this the time to read Albert Camus?
I think it depends on your personality and your mental health at the time. I'm trying to avoid that right now personally.
James, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I like fiction. I like works that evoke the heart. And I think that's the growth area for me and for all of us. And it's an uncomfortable time for everybody. And I think that's the case before a period of growth. That's what I'm so excited about, what comes out of this. I hope it doesn't fade quickly I hope the pandemic fades, but the lessons continue to abide, and I recommend what I always do, all of Toni Morrison's works, all of Cormac McCarthy's, you can go to Ethiopia and you can walk through the ER there and you can see kids who are going to die of heart failure before they're 30 years old. And there's a pandemic there, or a plague of rheumatic heart disease that has left our country in the 50s and never come back, but still is very serious there. So I'd recommend readers, African readers who speak about their context, who talk about the world. And to be honest with you, they're suffering with this, but they've been through stuff like this before, and we have a lot to learn from them. So, there's many great Kenyan authors and Nigerian and Ethiopian and all over that. So that's what I'm drawn to.
What about you, Kwame? I mean, do you think people should be kind of getting away from this and just reading like Anne of Green Gables? Is this the time or what?
I'm not sure about Anne of Green Gables, but I do. I mean, more than 20 minutes of reading about COVID a day is probably not wonderful for your mental health. And if you're going to do that 20 minutes, try and focus on things you can actually do. So I think that's true. But, we are past, present, and future people all at the same time. And we have different needs, so we should mix it up. We should do total escapism. We should do activism and what's the future going to look like and what can we do. We should do some very simple, let me learn a new skill type stuff. We should mix it up. Yeah. We should do a bit of mindfulness, mix it up. Do a bit of this, a bit of that, and there's no need to be stereotyped and do one thing. There's one thing that a lot of people have got during the pandemic is time to read. So, let's mix it up.
But is your advice any different now than it would be like, last year at this time? Would you have given the same advice to people to mix up your literature? Or is there a certain recipe for reading in a pandemic?
Well, I really don't know. So I'll probably give my same advice. That's what doctors do. When we really don't know, it's sort of, let's go back to the staple. I know that in order to be mentally healthy, you need to do a whole bunch of different things and exercise bits of your brain, bits of your emotion, bits of your imagination, right? And then also bits of your practicality, so that you produce those foundations for life. So I would imagine in a pandemic, that is probably what you need to do. And what you don't need to do is be sucked into a vortex of pandemic sort of fear that you can't do anything about. The things you can do stuff about, do it. But if you can't do anything about it, then you've got to grow in a different way, right? So I think that would be my advice.
How about you, Vincent? What do you think people should read in a pandemic?
Yeah, I mean, I very much agree with Kwame that there's a huge range of functions that the written word serves. There's nothing wrong with pure escapism. And of course, we value the function of literature as a reflective tool, one with which we share a sense of human commonality with others. And so I think so much will depend on where the reader starts and where the reader is at the moment. I think it is an opportunity to be very deliberate in terms of choices, and in addition to being sucked into the pandemic vortex, I think it would be very easy to be sucked into, all the increasingly siloed social media vortexes, and it's always just a click away, and amazingly, it just serves up something that happens to push your buttons, so that's readily accessible, but there is an opportunity to be making deliberate choices in a lot of areas of our lives, including reading. I think if I were to make one concrete suggestion, and I'm afraid this will be incredibly predictable in this panel, but I would actually really strongly recommend Chekhov. And Kwame is astounded at this, what? How could you possibly recommend Chekhov?
Are you talking about his short stories or his books or his plays?
I would say short stories. In that case, I'm sorry. I would say short stories, and part of it is because, the reason I say Chekhov, is that Chekhov deals, fine, he's a doctor, he's a writer, how could I not recommend him? We'll get that out of the way. But Chekhov deals very much with the everyday. And he spends a lot of time with events which on the surface are quite mundane, and yet they're incredibly important for his characters. And I think that's something that a lot of us are really kind of turning over and examining right now, because our mundane and our everyday has been shifted profoundly, right? And then we have to recast what is our core drama of our daily life, right? And these small decisions become incredibly important. Shall I go to this grocery store or not? What will happen if I walk into this elevator? All these tiny little things have a new sense of weight and a new sense of tension. And also many things have a new sense of joy. If we're walking in the park and we see a friend and we have a conversation, a safe 3 meters away, that's imbued with a sense of connection and joy, which I think is probably a little bit different than before the pandemic. So for this reason, I feel that Chekhov is a fit for this moment. I say his short stories because right now we should be flexible. We should sort of, be able to move from side to side. So anyhow, the short story is the best.
Okay.
But, you can dip into them and move to the next one. And
You think people should feel any guilt in trying to escape from the pandemic by reading things that have nothing to do with the pandemic? You think that's a problem at all? No,
not at all.
No, I think it's self-care, and also people should tell themselves they're supporting authors, they're supporting bookstores that are really in trouble, and it's really, really important. And just read.
Yeah, and to Kwame's point, I mean, the reading about what's going on makes the most sense if one is reading about what one can do, to further one's own health, to care for oneself, as you point out, Cathy. But a deep dive into sort of like every possible horrible pandemic story, doesn't.
I really love Vincent. I love the idea of Chekhov as mindfulness. Chekhov short mindfulness. Yeah. Yeah. Now you see, I have to go check our short stories again.
Well, let me ask this then. When this is over, and I think we all think it will be over one day, do you think you will be writing something specifically about the pandemic? James, do you think so?
Yeah, I mean, sadly, I endured it in a couple different ways, both as a clinician and as a patient. And, I hope I get to write about the change that happened in our society that linked us ever more tightly to people far away and people within our own society who we thought we never had cause to think about, and how connected we are to them. And I think that there's a natural sense of progress that occurs within medicine and outside of it as we get to expand our notion of what our family is, to include, people close to us, people who matter to us. And for me, it's a challenging time, but a hopeful story embedded within it. So, I'm making it part of my book. Recounting its difficulties is it's one of the challenges of the memoirist. But I know in the end, although there will be, many sad tales to tell, there'll be one of endurance. And I think I hope a confluence of things that show that we will not just endure, but we will thrive and change, because we are adaptable and we can get the picture if given it and given enough time. So yeah, I look very much forward to that time.
You actually, I mean, you're surprising me, because it sounds so optimistic what you just said. I mean, I think people are living through a pandemic where hundreds of thousands of people have died, and yet you're seeing this bright side. How do you do that?
I guess, I've been doing MSF-like work for 20 years or so. So, there's an HIV epidemic. Vincent talked about the fentanyl epidemic. I mean, it's one thing after another. And I know this affects everybody, though. This affects everybody. So it matters in a different way. But that it affects everybody means that, when if you ever go to the New York Times and you look at their front page, it's always like, this is Burkina Faso. This is Antarctica. And we're seeing, wow, we're seeing the sense of knowledge and solidarity. So, I've just watched things change over time. I've watched HIV go from a disease that, a lot of people get sick to one that is a chronic illness. I see the same thing happening with the epidemics of cancer. And I hope that through the work of these people on this panel, we'll see things change in a positive direction. That's the trend, that's a trajectory. And, I just want to call out the alarmists who say, like, the sky is falling. And I look around and I see the cases going up, but the hospitalizations are staying low. And I think that there's a chance for the average person to really know how to handle this, and then start to learn what it means for them to not just endure it, but find things to, like Vincent said, to love about it. I know that's our nature, so I'm confident.
Bahar, will you be writing about the pandemic specifically when this is all over?
I don't have any plans to explicitly address the pandemic in any future writing, but I do want to continue to be politically imaginative in my writing. I want to continue to take risks and be experimental, formally, and to think about how, those kinds of aesthetic projects or those new forms can kind of translate beyond the page, to think about new ways of organizing.
Cathy, do you plan a pandemic-specific writing?
Well, my little grandson wants me to write a book that's called A Knapsack Full of Nightmares, as a pun on the first one. I'm keeping a daily quasi-journal of the issues, so I may turn it into something, but only if it can open up thinking around a green future with respect to a national housing program, and to focus in on this is a turning point for us now. We can't go back to the way it was. We have to create a new social program that will really make a difference, and possibly a children's book. But it's just who has time to really think ahead right now.
Okay, Vincent, you have a plan?
As I said, I've written a little bit during the pandemic, and that's been in the form of op-eds in the Globe and Mail. And so I think right now my thoughts on writing are really about the conversation that's happening right now. And I think that we do have a unique role and a unique opportunity as people who work in the healthcare system, and also can put words on paper to participate in that conversation. So that's really what I'm thinking about right now. As for the future, in terms of big projects, I always have about 3 big project ideas, and then one of them ends up going forward. But I wish I could figure out which one it was, and that would make life easier for me, but I rarely know in advance.
And you, Kwame, what do you think? When this is over, are you going to write something to kind of sum it up?
So I quite like what James has been saying, and also Cathy and Bahar, everybody actually, about not being a hostage to the past. I like that. Trying to remember whether it's Maori or Aboriginal idea of walking backwards into the future, and this idea that you focus so much on the past and trying to right the wrongs of the past that you are almost blind to your future, and you stumble and you fall and you don't make progress. And so if anything, I'm going to write, and if it's about the pandemic, it's going to be a springboard to what we want the world to be. It can't be sort of a reminiscence around the pandemic. It's got to be turning by 90 degrees, seeing a bit of the past, but saying, where are we going? And I think there's a real opportunity at the moment to do things differently. And I think there's an eagerness out there not to go back to the old normal, but to go to a new normal that's better. And so I'd like to be part of that. I'm not sure that my writings are going to make that happen, but I'd like to feel that I'm part of that, that this tragedy is going to be used for our benefit and the benefit of further people who come after us.
We've had some questions come in from people who are watching, so they're going to do my job here, and I'll just read their question. So here's one. Can this pandemic afford North Americans an opportunity to also talk about death and dying in a thoughtful and mature way? How the end of life can and should be considered? Vincent, what do you think?
That's a great question. I think the simple answer, because the question is, can this pandemic afford an opportunity? The simple answer is, of course, yes, it can, and it should. I feel like the implied question is really, has it done so? Have people taken the opportunity in a meaningful way? And I have to say, unfortunately, that I'm not really sure that people have done so. And I guess the reason I say that is that I think the opportunity which the pandemic really provides is one of thinking about this concept of death and dying of others in society, and of people who may be remote from us. And it affords the opportunity to think about how our actions affect others in our society and potentially changes their risk of dying. And this is not unique to the pandemic. And this is kind of infused in much of what has been said on this panel already. I mean, this has everything to do with the way power structures are in existence in our society. There's everything to do with relative advantages and disadvantages. This concept that our actions have a remote effect upon others. It's just that the pandemic actually makes those connections, or should make those connections, a little bit more linear, a little bit easier to understand, right? But I have to say, I'm not convinced that, broadly speaking, people have really thought through these issues. I think, you know, it's ultimately, in a sense, anecdotal, but disappointing to see that in lots of places in the world, there isn't really a concerted attempt to have widely shared physical distancing, and that to me seems to be really kind of dismissing concerns about death and dying of others. It's disappointing when we see, and of course this ends up being anecdotal, but I'm confident that we've all seen people in our country who are also not paying attention to distancing guidance, you know, and not appreciating that there's a direct link between that decision and the potential mortality, the potential death of someone at a distance. You know, so is there an opportunity? Yes. Have we really taken this upon us? I'm sure some have, but I'm not convinced that we have in a general and shared way.
What about you, James? You've had a lot of experience with kind of major death events, I guess. You think it's changing our feeling about it here in the West?
I think it will, because living and dying are not two. You know, they're one. So as it changes the way we live, so too it will change our perception of what a life is. So too, I hope, what a death is. I haven't seen that like Vincent. I haven't seen it. I think that's a big growth area. If I would say it's the biggest growth area that I see in my in our profession, health profession, is integrating that more into the home, integrating it more into something that can, not something we fight against, but something that, you know, we is very much part of our community. And that language is increasing, but it you know, this pandemic alone is emblematic. The fear is emblematic of how distanced we are from it, but I haven't seen it meaningfully change so far.
Cathy, you're going to offer a glimmer of hope here?
I'm still thinking about Vincent and James' answer, so I don't have anything to add, except this question is going to make me think about it more. My mind, that's where my mind is right now. Thanks, you guys.
All right, Bahar, you have any thoughts on this?
I mean, I think I would just kind of go back to my point that I made earlier about biopolitical governance, about how, you know, the organizations of power right now are really determining who is left to die and who is permitted to live. So yeah, so that's what I'm thinking about kind of when I think about death and the pandemic, and how, you know, it's an opportunity. It really, I'm hopeful, you know, perhaps unlike others, I have hope that this is an opportunity to, you know, think about the existential conditions that are underpinning kind of what's taken place to now.
Kwame, have we figured out what death really means?
I don't believe that we have had a mature and thoughtful conversation about it. I don't think we've thought about death, dying, and dignity in long-term care homes, where 81% of people in COVID have died. I don't think we've had a discussion about what that is. I don't think we've really thought about grief and death and dying in COVID, and how you grieve at a time where you're physically distanced and what that looks like. And on top of that, we have a reanalysis of the Canadian medical assistance in dying laws coming up soon, because you know, there was sort of a reevaluation timescale put into the legislation. So we have to have that conversation, and we have to start thinking about that between now and December. So I think we've got a lot of work to do, and I think we've been spending a lot of time focusing on saving lives, and we haven't spent as much time on quality of life and what death and dying means in this context. And so I do think, in line with the question, that there's an opportunity for thoughtful and mature reflection. I don't believe we've done it yet. But yeah, I'm hoping that's something maybe we could get out of this pandemic.
One of the analogies that we keep hearing, I guess, maybe in the media more than literature, because there isn't a lot of literature yet, I guess, on the pandemic, is the analogy to war. Is this anything like a war? I mean, is that a good metaphor at all, Vincent?
No, I don't think it is at all. I think it's a terrible metaphor. I think that it may be a politically attractive metaphor because the notion of comparing something to a war, is intuitively thought to spur action and, dramatic acts of heroism and a subsequent, plague over decades of crappy movies. But I'm not convinced that this really has that much to do with war. And so I can think of a few differences, right? I mean, war is ultimately the expression of political will, and is ultimately, this conflict which is animated by powerful bodies against one another. It's a human construction in which human beings kill one another. Pandemic is quite a different thing. And, yes, I mean, I completely agree with everything that's been said in terms of the injustices that play out within it. But pandemics are actually repeated events which have a certain predictability to them. The influenza pandemics in the 20th century, people talk about the 1918-1919 pandemic. There were actually 4 pandemics. The historical records suggest about 4 to 6 pandemics per century. Looking back through pandemics of respiratory infections per century over the preceding centuries, it's harder to know what type of virus exactly caused those. So, I view this more as something that happens in the wave of human history. And it's also something which is fascinating to me because we actually know enough about this to manage it proactively. We don't have a cure, we don't have an immunization, but we have tools that work, right? It turns out that widespread physical distancing works, right? As inconvenient and as disruptive as it is. And so it's fascinating to me that this is actually a situation where we have tools that work, right? And so really the complicated discussion is what trade-offs are we willing to tolerate as societies, and what trade-offs are fair in terms of trying to apply those tools. And that to me is a situation very much unlike a war, because a war implies this sort of enemy that must be annihilated. And here I think what we really need is a sense of collective action and cooperation. And with that, we actually have quite viable tools.
Okay, Bahar, you're the poet, I guess, among us. Does war seem like a good image to you?
No, I think that is an incredibly concerning analogy. I think that we have seen a lot of militarized language in the time of the pandemic, especially as it relates to healthcare workers. We've talked, about workers being at the front line. We've talked about workers being, to battle. We've talked about, paying our duty as healthcare workers, We've talked about healthcare workers as being honorable, and I think that is really worrying. I think that is happening, for the sake of a particular ideology, which is to use healthcare workers as instruments of the state rather than as, people who should be serving their communities. I think that it takes us so far from the goal of care, which is, what we should be thinking about. And like Vincent said, that, we should only be caring for and thinking about collective solutions rather than weaponizing our work or ourselves in any way. So I would steer very far from making those kinds of comparisons, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, Kwame, you have one more thing to say before we go?
Yeah, I was picking up on both what Bahar said and what Vincent said about the idea of a war. And it's a simple question. If this is a war, who is the enemy? Because if Ontario and Quebec had as good a quality response to the pandemic as BC, would have saved over 4,500 lives. So if people are going to go down the line of war, then who's the enemy? As Vincent said, we have ways of dealing with these. We are making choices. So I have a difficulty with the concept of war if it obscures the fact that we're making choices here.
And that about wraps our time up. Thank you all so much, Mark and all of our fabulous, insightful presenters for this really engaging conversation. Keep doing your incredible work.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Bye. Thanks.
Panel.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We'll be back in 15 minutes for The Song of Love, Joyous or Sorrowful, 3 Toronto Poets of Today, hosted by Toronto's Poet Laureate A.F. Moritz. We'll see you soon. Welcome back. Next up, you will hear from three brilliant poets with new books in a fascinatingly wide spectrum of traditions and subjects, all of crucial concern today, but rarely grasped with such passion and breadth. Your host is A.F. Moritz, who currently serves as the 6th Poet Laureate of the City of Toronto. His many honors include a Guggenheim Fellowship, the Award in Literature from the American Academy and Institute of Arts and Letters, the Griffin Poetry Prize, the Bess Hooken Prize, and an Ingram Mellon Fellowship. Hello.
Hello, Sienna. Thank you very much. And let me get right to it, okay? So that we have all our time for our beautiful poets. So I'm going to say a few words based on the title. The Song of Love, Joyous or Sorrowful is the title of our session. And it's the one I suggested for the reading and that the three poets liked. It comes from the Spanish poet Juan Ramón Jiménez. I said song of love, but the word Jiménez actually used is queja, complaint or a moan. He wrote of the poetic state of grace, dynamic ecstasy, from which the central thing emerges, the complaint of love, joyous or sorrowful, the form of a flight, the passionate form of liberty. In 1902, he said, speaking of the young revolutionary Spanish poetry of those days, we had to dream of poetry as an action, as a spiritual power that longed to be more and greater, unfolding itself within itself to create its own essence, a new life, a life of love and veneration. So those terms by one of the very greatest of poets seem a permanent revelation of the nature of poetry. They are a poem in themselves, a poem of thought and insight. They are beautifully proven in the new poems of Natasha Ramoutar, Beatriz Hausner, and Joe Fiorito. And these three poets add the wonderful experience of the tremendous variety of the works of love. Because poetry is one of the works of love, one of the manifestations of love, one of the chief of these, one that is essential. Famously, James, the brother of Jesus, wrote that there are many who proclaim their faith, and that's all we get from them. And then James comments, at first sourly, then soaringly, well, you show me your faith. Where is it? But I will show you my works. That's exactly what the poet does. He doesn't just say love, he shows love. In poetry, love is shown. It is as visible in the poem as in works of charity and in the titanic group struggles for justice. It's an action among those actions, an action that is necessary for those other actions. And that's what we'll hear in these three poets. Without the action of poetry, what does the action of action mean? When those actions take place in silence, then they are the poesia non escrita, the poetry that is not written, that Jiménez defined and extolled, the poetry that lies behind poetry and in front of poetry. And the poetry of silent action, poetry not yet written, of course, always results afterwards in poetry that is written, which feeds back again into the wordless action. Now let me read a few words that show this from each of our poets, from each of these new books. Here are a few lines from Beatriz Hausner's beloved revolutionary Sweetheart, from the middle of the poem entitled The Orgasm Elegies. I find myself making myself from you and out of you. Love, yours is mine and mine is yours. Incipit vita nova. Here begins the new life. Daily renewing, daily restoring, daily for all time. Let it be known, your parts are mine, to have or not, but to excess. Start the calling, daily giving, daily adorning, daily coming, daily getting to coming, daily my sense, my life, my eyes, lovely lover, daily and many times daily I bind you to me. That's pure eros and the essential couple. Natasha Ramoutar explores other dimensions of love in Bittersweet, a book whose very title translates Jimenez's line, "The complaint of love, joyous or sorrowful, bittersweet." This poem, Swell, grasps a whole history in a single living moment. When we arrive in Guyana, my mother's feet swell from the sweltering heat, as if our bodies do not know this country's fire courses through our veins, as if it has forgotten that my mother is from this soil, that her skin was scrubbed with its sugar, that the heat is a long-lost friend welcoming her home. A return to the native land to find that it seems to have forgotten that you are from this soil, that you are its long-lost friend. Surely a song of sorrowing love. A poem like that, so concise, has a kinship with the vision of Joe Fiorito. Here's a poem from Joe's All I Have Learned Is Where I Have Been, called 6 Months Dead. Swollen, unwell in my bed, a boy brought food and liquor with my money, some of which, food, liquor, money, he kept. No one caught a whiff of me when I was dead. How deeply I was taken by these 3 books. How much I've rejoiced in their joy, and even more perhaps in their loving sorrow. Joe's poem. Here the poet has truly cast a cold eye on life, on death, as Yeats commanded, but he has not passed by, as Yeats also commanded. The poor man who was not found for 6 months, so alone he was, until finally his corpse became a dry, odorless rind. Even this sorrow, even this horror, is held in the poem's gaze, its song, its work of love. And now let me just introduce Natasha, and she'll read to us for 12, 13, 14 minutes. Natasha's brilliant first book, Bittersweet, journeys from Toronto to Guyana and South Asia, with Scarborough always a vivid, youthful presence. An Indo-Guyanese writer by way of Scarborough, Ramoutar is a poet and producer who covers arts and culture. Her prize-winning work has been widely published and presented. Bittersweet is a collage representing both a reconstructed homeland and Scarborough, using photographs, maps, language, folklore, bringing together definitions, recipes, cartography, photo albums, oral stories, and sensitive lyricism. Through these, it meditates on obscured and suppressed history, theft, time, liminality. Bittersweet is Ramoutar's first book of poems. Natasha, welcome.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that introduction. Thank you as well to the organizers for having me, and I'm so excited to be here and to be presenting some of the work from Bittersweet. And so, as mentioned, this collection explores a kind of disrupted or suppressed lineage. So my collection asks, what happens when you don't have documents or photographs? And what do you use to reimagine those links? So for me, the narrator of these poems in Bittersweet, she's using definitions, recipes, ghost tales to try and grasp at a history that might feel out of reach. In addition to that, as mentioned in my introduction as well, it does place a heavy emphasis on Scarborough. Scarborough is where I grew up, and the joy that is found there is something that I think is being captured right now in this kind of artistic moment. But growing up, I don't know if that was something that I saw as much. So with that, I'll read a few pieces from the collection. So the first piece that I'll read is called Cartography 1. Ask me where I come from, and I will tell you. From the remnants of melted sugar cubes, from rough grains ripped from stalks, from spiced and saccharine scents, from a sweetness that mixes with cardamom hanging in the air. I come from a line of bittersweet women, women shrewd enough to empty pockets, to upturn kingdoms, to launch ships, to war. On a journey long ago, I witnessed the origin point. Fields of cane, standing tall, like soldiers on patrol. But cane is raw, just long stalks, unbridled and wild and free. This next one is called Brave New World, and it explores a kind of overlapping of stories and when certain stories or certain tales overtake another and how those merge together. The grandmother of my grandmother's grandmother must have arrived on a ship that rolled through tempestuous waves. At least, that is what I suspect. Where are the faded documents, the sprawling maps, the dog-eared photos of her journey? The stories I know by heart are not of her. Tales of Othello and outcasts, of young Miranda all bright-eyed. My father grew up studying Hamlet in grade school. What of spoiled kings, tortured princes, and frigid Danish air was relatable? Grief, maybe. I think of her upon that ship from Denmark, grasping at ferries in the moonlight. And this next one is called Tea Leaves. I shift my tea leaves back and forth, reading for the past instead of the future. Maybe it's in the bitterness of the Assam leaves, cultivated to need the touch of sweetness. Maybe it's in the sugar, grown across baked beaten backs. Maybe it's in the water, the droplets pooling from the rainy season into rough-necked bottles. So the next ones I'm going to move into are more into Scarborough and into writing the joy of this place and of this place's home for me. This first one is called Meadowvale, and it's the street that I grew up on. These streets are yours. They have always been yours, with the dark cracks running up like veins along the aged cement, with the blinking bulbs keeping you in their line of sight. The air that rises off the sewer lids like a hot breath. The dandelions that sprout between the sidewalk and the potholed road. So one of the biggest hot topic issues in Scarborough is always our transit. Our transit is often lacking, and this one in particular, this poem is about the 198 bus, which also runs along the same route as the 116E, and has now been renamed the 905, but it goes from the U of T Scarborough right down to Kennedy Station as a kind of express.
You're putting the problem in a very humane and gentle way. You could be a lot angrier about it than that.
Exactly. So this was my kind of attempt to be playful, to be playful with this kind of delay. So it's an experience of what happens when you miss it during rush hour and you are waiting for 40 minutes. And so it begins. This poem was waiting for the bus, watching raindrops race along panes of the bus shelter, composing itself to the steady beat of the downpour. After 50 minutes, it began to walk, the deluge a refuge from the roughness of the rouge. Each drop a non-stop pop of ideas, orbs of light to reunite a wavering line of sight. When this poem arrived home, it shed its skin, folded every metaphor into its closet, tucked itself in, and dreamed of a homebound bus. Yeah, on the same kind of theme of transit. So time 3, there are several time poems throughout the collection that try to capture a moment and reimagine what time might mean to us. And so this one was when your buses or your routes, your transit routes line up and you kind of catch the eye of someone you know, but it's not enough time to actually talk to them. So time 3. What is time but stolen glances beyond straight-line desks and lockers across the hall? That line of sight through the dirty LRT window as the train pulls into Kennedy Station. The slight nod of acknowledgement, the hint of a smile before parting ways again. So this next one, I find a lot of my work especially about Scarborough, is in conversation with other Scarborough artists. And this one, Brimley All the Way South, is in conversation with Noor Khan, who is a filmmaker. She has a short film called East, A Relationship. East, A Relationship really puts into question or considers the way that we take care of a land as settlers, and often coming from places as immigrants that we were forced to leave or that were dangerous and we had to leave, but then connecting with this land and also understanding that we are settlers on this land. And so the line that it lifts from that piece is, think about how we don't deserve this land. And Brimley All the Way South is also formatted. You won't be able to see it, obviously, because I'm reading, but it's formatted like GPS instructions.
Mm-hmm.
Head northwest towards Military Trail, away from these concrete towers, superimposed over the spiraling paths in the valley. Turn left onto Military Trail, noting the way the road is chaotic and the intersection does not line up cleanly. Turn left onto Ellesmere Road to escape this chaos. Turn left onto Morningside Avenue. Feel your spirits rise and fall with the natural hills. Turn right onto Kingston Road. As you pass the motels, remember that this was the arterial pathway into the heart of the city. Turn left onto Brimley Road. Take Brimley all the way south to the place where the water meets the land. Continue onto Bluffers Park. Remember that Elizabeth Simcoe renamed this place, renamed a land long named. Turn right to stay on Bluffers Park. Think about how we are neither rock nor water, just zebra mussels that cling to one another, swaying with these waves. Think about how we don't deserve this land. Turn right. The destination will be on the right, waiting.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
In similar kind of conversation with other Scarborough artists, my poem Famous Players connects with Adrian de Leon's collection Rouge, who is also a great friend of mine. His collection maps the city based on the different subway stops. And the one for Scarborough Center, the epigraph that I have on this poem is, "The hub of life is dead today." And it's all considering, so Scarborough Center is the subway stop as well, or the LRT stop rather, at Scarborough Town Center. Wayfaring wanderers among the aisles of clothing. We'd parade in suits in the empty change rooms, hold cheap plastic pearls up to our ears in the mirror until we were chased away. Vagabonds with stray loonies amidst our pocket lint, smuggling chocolates into an uninhabited theater. We'd clutch hands below the kernels of popcorn, lips smeared with melted butter, as the screens filled our eyes with promises that touched the center of us. Childish drifters looking for a life in an abandoned mausoleum. And then this last poem that I'm going to read, it is called Like Makeshift Crowns. And so growing up, there is a group of 4 girls that I am very, very close with. And I wanted to capture the kind of joy that we felt when we were together and what that looked like. So this poem is a celebration of friendship and a song of love for friendship. Like makeshift crowns. Could we speak about joy for once? About July nights by the lake, about dripping marshmallows over the rising smoke of a bonfire, about the laughter that filled our bodies, caught in our throat as coughs, in our eyes as tears, of the 5 of us tripping over stray branches in the Rouge, of toes pressed in the sand around a withering fire, of stretched nights squeezed in a McDonald's booth meant for 4, of us comforter-wrapped slugs on the worn basement carpet, hair piled atop our heads like makeshift crowns. Joy is not a whispered story, but a wailing manifesto of rampant roots reaching for the heavens, of tides pulled to shore by a wanton moon, of flecks of dried ketchup painting the table, of the weathered stars winking at us through the 4x6 window. We drive out under the vast night sky, looking up at the moon through the sunroof, the bass from the stereo shaking the frame of the car as if it's laughing. Could we speak about dreams? About us making a wish on the star falling into the lake for more nights like this, where we line up along the rocks, toes grazing the water, our giggles rising with the tide as if to say, I am here. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. That was wonderful. I look forward to maybe talking a little bit about it when we can discuss a little at the end of the session. Well, let me just go right on now to introducing Beatriz Hausner and her 15 minutes of reading. Boy, I wish, we had a whole hour for each of these books. Beatriz Hausner's beloved revolutionary sweetheart engages the many faces and bodies of Eros. From wistful romance to explicit sex, the poems are inspired by and invoke the Byzantine Empress Theodora and her husband, the Emperor Justinian, and the medieval troubadours, including the important but little-known poet Beatrice, Countess of Dia, the modern surrealists, the Latin poet Ovid, Dante, punk and new wave music, and a lot more if you get into this book. But for all those different voices, these poems are pure Hausner, the poet of 6 acclaimed collections. Many people will know the unique stamp of her fiery and beautiful work. Hausner came at a young age to Canada from Chile, a respected historian and translator of Latin American surrealism. She is also co-founder of Quattro Books, has served as chair of the Public Lending Right Commission. She's currently president of the Literary Translators Association of Canada, and though recently retired from the Public Library of Toronto, she was for years probably its chief literary and especially its chief poetry program. Hi, Beatriz.
Hi, thank you so much, Al, for a wonderful, very generous introduction. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me to share this afternoon with you. I'm going to start with a short poem. As Al was saying, I borrow a lot from other people, and this little poem borrows from a line from a fairly obscure Latin poet by the name of Maximianus. So I kind of deconstructed. I don't know if it works, but here it is. So soon as the front of you is noticed, you become obscured, sweet apple. To stone the darkness within as the pearl hot, no, not cold, swirls again, yes, and interminably within you, without you. Because who would not take sadness with your ecstasy? Together we pour ourselves out and into me with your great swelling. Your soul inherited and further burnished through strange marriages with darkness. The union is almost complete in obscurity as someone else's hands close your doors. Do not take these breasts into belly, no, not yet. And yes, below your chest laid bare, I see your heart, open wound, weeping song of remembrance, relief before the ages multiply. And ah, how slender the trunk of the tree, holding up the weight of your night, your fear of loss, and my constant releasing off you to yourself and to darkness. It was inherited from the mothers who roped tightly into knots your hips. Such attraction turned your thighs underneath, away from white ice sheets and black snow, and the cutting knife bearing the song of weeping. The very image of shapeliness is too slow indeed in hiding. Though indeed, unfortunately, I'm not able to bear it witness, for you are inward gone, not deep inward, but somewhat inbound, this inwardness without you, and I am not able to bear it, to bear it, to bear it. The second poem is sort of a bit of a tribute to the troubadour tradition. The troubadours were the inventors of romantic love. And in particular, I take a few lines and deconstruct them from the Countess of Dia, who is my namesake. Tied up. Speech and knife cut through sense-making as time slips in and out of us, first and last an original sun, radiating from among the myriad stars that explode in the night, blackest of darkness where your forebears lived with strange creatures as you began your confinement in and out of forms with the Countess of Dia, sometimes called Beatriz. The animals of my country, you say. Please tell me why my car is in the front yard and I'm sleeping with my clothes on. I came in through the window last night and you were gone. That's what you write as you attach to the ghost of Joffre Rudel with those voices now ours spoken through strange machines that come to our rescue. For we live together with our sexes, first wealth of joy. You inscribe your path in the course of my night, my day on my back. Present yourself so I may see you shackled to strange furniture where love remains hidden in fabric's folds. I, who am relentlessly drawn to the outward signs of inward subversion because of want, will travel the length of your body with my lips, touch your geographic markers, finally become cruel inside the bodysuit I ideate bondage of man, of woman, bringing us closer to the lifestyles of strange insects. I could put one of those on, I remember saying, and let me point out that the outfit made of shimmering rhinestones and metal mesh is laid out and ready. Yes, such is the manner of my being beautiful for you, disguised sharply with my edges under gold and silver thread, turning myself more appropriately into the praying mantis you so often marry. In night and in the light of day, over there for some hope of help, but later it comes back and tells me it would be hard to slip away because I can trace your singing. I, who am your mistress, become lighter as I dress myself in the man-like suit made from ethereal layers of fabric, the better to expose my soul to fishnet and may my skin not show. My completeness is breathlessly held by the tiresome suspension of time you subject me to, barely audibly, and despite the bindings I get on top. Movement and stasis, giving it and taking it. Let's stop this being in the heart's chambers. Try it without love and openly before the secret overwhelms itself and consumes us in flames. Mispleasure, surrender in darkness and in light, alternating states, shimmery veils that move with the rain. Distress of the heart that lives outside, covered in the matter of liquid skin that is warm and bright and not dark nor intense. I am your reverend. I praise not the transience of your sex, once carried with briefness from east back to west of the great river you must travel now laterally with your sidelong glance become glint, become black stone, bear it on your back until your tenderness is mine and is yielding. We herald togetherness for ourselves even. And we drive, and we are driven on, beset by our temptations and our trials. Question, where is he placed? Answer, within 6 walls. Question, where is it? Answer, up, down, before, behind, right, left. Someone is stitching you to me. An assured hand drives the needle and its shimmering thread. Pull me to you that I may hasten my pleasure and not be brave. Last question. What is man like? Answer, an apple.
Probably should take a big bite. Okay, go on.
Okay, so this one is, I'm just reading couple of pages from a long poem called The Orgasm Melody. You'll recognize quite a bit of lyrics from popular music. Deepening my habit, I think of you. Caught up in circles, my labors cradle your entirety in the present replications of your double, triple you. Achingly I fall, time after time, with you here hourly, every second and the clock ticking as you move back and forth, Lift endless spillikins, never disturb the pile. Vatic are your fingers racing across keys. The sounds are being poured into vessels of colored glass. The heart placed on your chest, your sex again. Even if you fall, I will catch you and gently place your body on mine. Open your mouth, pour the sweet honey, my own soft fluttering. Quieting water. Dominant, you, my muse, become a swan. Beads for feathers, your skin gold color as the chain is pulled. We turn time after time. You return to a form made of pearls around neck, droplets, liquid skin, tightening the noose. Myself, sweet, handsome friend, I can tell you truly, when you come, the bindings tighten. I climb above. Draw me to you so you may rise to that infinity of mirrors, kaleidoscopic heavens in your eyes, while the multitude of angels stay suspended, and the hand of the invisible one rouses you through me. There must be an angel playing with my heart, containing us, shouting out our devotion to Venus Cockswallower, who rises vast with lands you place before us, so the obstacles be set deep within you, even.
Beautiful.
And I'm going to finish with a poem that is inspired by a scene, a vision in Dante's Vita Nuova, where he sees Beatriz eating a heart. Because I'm Beatriz, I will not relinquish your heart in my mouth. I will swallow the words written on your heart in my mouth. I will take away sorrow as long as I have your heart in my mouth. I will walk a great distance to reach your heart in my mouth. I will stop walking a great distance to reach your heart in my mouth. I never want to stop coming to being with your heart in my mouth. I grow increasingly impatient if I don't have your heart in my mouth. I ignore the fact of new discoveries in astronomy because I have your heart in my mouth. Stars are born, die, and are reborn in the veins that feed your heart in my mouth. There is a great ocean we must cross as we voyage into your heart in my mouth. And what a deafening joy as music fills my throat because I have your heart in my mouth. I speak only to you because I have your heart in my mouth. The sun, the moon at midday, the eclipse with your heart in my mouth. We step out of ourselves, are enthralled as stars explode with your heart in my mouth. So many times there comes into my mind the ideation of being with your heart in my mouth. There are no limits to what I can do with your heart in my mouth. Several constellations are born when I have your heart in my mouth. Liquid skin is the element that constitutes your heart in my mouth. I don't care about the quotidian if I have your heart in my mouth. Flocks of nightingales become airborne with your heart in my mouth. Says Aristotle, the soul sits in the heart, and this supports the fact of your heart in my mouth. A life-size tiger breathing and preponderant threatens to appropriate your heart in my mouth. Great dangers precede and follow my single most objective, your heart in my mouth. I have determined to write the treatise on alchemy to explain your heart in my mouth, determined also that gold is a liquid poured from a great flask suspended above your heart in my mouth. Innate always is the state of love because I persist in holding your heart in my mouth. The body, the soul, and the spirit, they have become one with your heart in my mouth.
The very spirit and momentum of classic surrealism. Well, you know what? We've got a minute more for you, Beatriz. So, would you do a request for me and read the relatively short poem Theodora Incipient on page 35?
Okay. The Andes, reminder of the littleness of childhood. Fragility because spring runoff is eternal and downward pulled by cheerful gravity doing what gravity does and with plate tectonics interrupting the more gentle movements of the earth. All being upended with irregular frequency, the shards of glass lined the floor of the loved childhood home. The first kingdom was a place long and narrow, with obstructions of view defining geography on the road to Theodora. Paradise was always the goal, John of Ephesus described it. All that matters is of Ephesus born, Ephesus of the mind, because the goddess is revered there despite the excessive number of breasts crowding her chest. Ephesus is Chile, an open and shut case, a country with its St. Jamestown at center, Serene Town at north, Conception Town middling south, and Sandpoint Town closest to antipodal Antarctic, with the Southern Cross replicating the morning star, illuminating all things that were one at origin. Light.
Thanks. Fantastic. Now, let's go to Joe, who takes us from Beatriz's vision, in a way, the antipodes. But on the other hand, the antipodes are a pole, and the pole is a fundamental part of the other pole, of the totality of the axis. All I have learned is where I have been. Joe Fiorito's second collection creates uncompromising mini-narratives about addiction, failed rehabs, incarceration, homelessness, and a lot more, I should say, along with his 2018 book, City Poems. This work establishes him as the preeminent chronicler of people in extremis. Down and Out in Paris and London, titled a great book by George Orwell, something that Joe has a little bit of kinship with. Poems of searing precision convey a visual knowledge of urban reality today. All I have learned is where I have been is a moving exploration of brokenness by an indispensable writer. The author of 8 books, Fiorito won the National Newspaper Award for Columns in '95, the Bressani Prize for Short Fiction in 2000, and the 2003 City of Toronto Book Award for his novel, The Song Beneath the Ice. He's been a city columnist for the Montreal Gazette, the National Post, the Globe and Mail, and the Toronto Star. He retired from the Star in 2017 and is at work on his 3rd volume of poems, which I am very happy to know about. Okay, Joe, over to you.
Thanks very much, and thanks all. That's a hard act to follow. I should just say to begin with that launching a book seems to me like dropping an ice cube into a glass of whiskey. You hope for a little splash, you hope for a little warmth. Launching a book during a pandemic is like holding a glass, imagining ice, imagining whiskey, imagining splash. This will do for my glow. As you said, it's a second book, and it's a kind of a compilation of a bunch of different things. Some of these poems are 50 years old. From when I began writing as a kid, I retrieved them, I've made them new. Others are based on things that I heard and saw during 25 years of pounding the beat as a city columnist in the papers, and they are as new as I can make them. I hope they're kind of always going to be new. I should note that even when I was writing for the papers, I held to the dictum of Dr. Williams, which is no ideas but in things. A couple of principles inform this work. The sound of the human voice is the best song because it was the first song. Every writer needs an open wound. A thing can be itself, or it can be something else. And that things change when you look at them long enough. They become something in addition to your looking, and they become something you remember. And I think that memory is a big spark for work. If I remember something, I know it's imprinted in me. I can work with that. Here are some things, and this won't take long because I write short. I begin with a couple of older poems from 1966 from Thunder Bay, specifically from Egan Street, in a little motel late at night. And if my wife is listening to this, she might cover her ears. Lake Superior Lament, the first. The cock on the rooftop stiffens and spins. The clouds are pursed like lips. At the foot of the hill is the lake, licking the bellies of ships. The waves are as blue as the mountains. The sky is as blue as the lake. And I am as blue as the cold waves are for your sake. Lake Superior Lament number 2. I knelt and held her narrow hips, night shift, Durham wheat, newsprint, red ore spilled into ships. I kissed her narrow foot, her swollen lips. Pulp logs tumble and barking drums in the mill beside the lake. She shivered in the motel light as if she knew a heart, not hers but mine, would break. I have a kind of theory about the country, if that's not too big a thing to say. The story of the big city is that it's made up of people from small towns. There's a kind of a national anger in the small towns at the big city because we left. And the subtext there is, this place not big enough for you? You too good for us? But they miss us, the ones who love us, and we miss them. And at first we go back for weddings, and then we go back for funerals, and then we don't go back at all, and that's a national sadness. This is what it was like going back to Fort William for the funeral of my Uncle Frank. Row 17, seat A. The field below is green, is filled with random stones. Each spring the red dirt unearths new ones. A row of markers over a row of bone. The logic of the graveyard is apparent from the air. From the clouds, a ceremony of descent. I look down, falling. I cannot take my eyes from there. This next poem, if I can find it. That's what I hate about readings, is marking the pages if you're reading not exactly in order. This is a poem I stumbled on when I was a kid working in the bush doing survey work. It's called Still Life. The dog's skull in the woods. Ants had eaten their fill of dog. The skull was hot. The ants grown fat on dog secrets. The skull was white. The woods perfumed with heat. I held the dog's skull in my hand. Red ants and white teeth fell, too loose to bite. I took that skull home in my lunch pail, and I still have it, and it's over there on my wall, and you could see it if I turn my camera around. There is in Northern Ontario a kind of a scratch in the landscape that's about 300 meters deep, or 300 feet deep rather, called Wilmette Canyon, and it's popular for tourists, and it's popular for lovers, and it's popular for other things, as you will discover. A flash of alder, red as a trout scale on stone, a scree of Arctic flowers, white as splintered bone. This is where he stepped into the air. Quick, fish out of water. He fell there. This is a poem about my cousin. He worked as a glazier. He was strong as an ox. He was a little right wing. He was as sweet as they come. He was one of the hard workers. And as you know, in Northern Ontario and elsewhere in the country, work kills sometimes. Epitaph. Big square Lou cutting squares of glass. The dust got you. It bruised your wrist. Your pink tattoo. Needle pricks, not ink, said Lou. Last snap, a cup of tea, a knitted cap, a pretty blanket, hands in lap. It hurt to look. He knew. A glazier gazing out the window. My last view of Lou. This is a poem I wrote for Goran Simic, a poet who lived through the siege of Sarajevo. I met him here in Toronto. Of the siege, he once wrote that he wanted to write poems like newspaper reports. When I was a newspaper columnist, I tried to write newspaper reports like poems. Here's the poem, here's the news. Balkan economics. The last time I saw sugar, it was $100 a kilo during the war, he said, stirring 3 spoons into his double-shot Americano. You know, I have no idea what this poem means, but it arises from a meeting of tenants at a rough and nasty little apartment building. The poem is called The Meeting at West Lodge. The lucky thumb boy is a lucky thumb boy. Even if he breaks his thumb, he's still a lucky boy. He don't like human beings. His rats ate a pair of shoes on me. She claps her hands and we clap hands. Ask why? We say the lucky thumb boy knows why. You know what that means. You can call me later and tell me. This is the poem from which the title of the book arises. It's called Little Sister Asleep. And it's about someone I knew. She on a kitchen chair, legs tucked up, short hair, grabbed me there. She died later, sniffing gasoline. All I have learned is where I have been. Penultimate poem. No one tells you this when you're young. And I'll just leave it at that. The poet at 70. I walk, I leak, I limp, I drop my paper, fending off cars and dogs and skaters. My hair hides, viva che, viva me, under a beret. I bend but do not break, not today. And because we are dealing with the subject of love, this is, I'll dedicate this to Susan. It's called Vacation Maine. She took off her shirt and ate fried chicken on the motel bed's edge. I kicked away her shoes as we watched Nightline in the USA. In Rome, you get the blues, not the news from home. We kept cool with a bucket of ice. America is a foreign country. Next morning on the way to Bowdoin, I said Baudouin. We watched lobstermen tend roses at the sea's edge. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Joe. Now, I'm going to allow just 1 second of silence. So you got to have your own ending, but I want to ask you, since we got a little bit of time to add, to read another poem or two, if you don't mind. But if you do mind, just tell me. One I was thinking of was Open Season, and just let me put a note in there. It comes close after the Dog Skull poem that you read us. It's about dogs, and to me, it's a living link with Canadian poetic history, at least as lived by me. Because I can remember one drunken night when John Newlove wouldn't leave my house, and he sat at the table and about 4 or 5 a.m. told endless stories of horrors on the prairies where he grew up, trying to shock me. Now, I come from Niles, Ohio. I was not very shocked. But in any case, one of the stories he was very impressed with was how the men would go out and shoot, lots of stray dogs because they were dangerous. And that's sort of the subject of your poem. So I was sort of taken aback when I saw it, as Newlove told me years ago. Would you read that poem?
Have you got the page handy?
Yes, I do. It's 42.
42. This is from the Arctic, and this is a problem in the Arctic. And I lived in Iqaluit and worked in Iqaluit for 5 years, called Open Season. We shoot the stray dogs in the morning when the children are asleep. The pups come jumping towards us, wagging their tails when we call. We throw their bodies on the truck bed. They stiffen from the cold before we reach the dump. Now and then the chained dogs howl.
Now and then the chained dogs howl. That's great. Okay. Well, I'm not going to pester you with the other poem. We've had a
I dare you to.
Yeah, that's right. You'll get me next time when we meet. That's right. So we've had a great meeting, and I don't know what Sienna, the moderator, wants us to do in terms of talking. I know we're supposed to talk together, and I've got a lot of things to say. I don't know about you guys. But I don't know if there's people online that Sienna thinks should be admitted to the conversation or anything like that. So she just says, by all means, enjoy your time together. There are no questions from out in television land as of yet. But we might get some, maybe even by this chat. I'm looking at the printed chat on the right side of the screen when I'm saying all this, right? Okay, guys. So I don't know if somebody wants to barge in or you want.
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, Joe. Go.
That's awfully naked stuff. Talk about how you approach the writing with the idea of reading it.
You know who? Natasha?
B.
Yeah.
You. Yeah.
I don't. How I approach the right. Well.
Do you mean reading it, Joe? Us reading it? Because we're reading her naked, or do you mean her presenting it as
her presenting it?
Yeah, go ahead, Beach.
I don't think about it when I'm writing it. I don't think about reading it out loud to people. Although I imagine somebody reading it, hopefully, people who absolutely love me. But I don't know. I think I just open up. I become open, just like when I'm writing. I feel it, and sometimes I feel the poetry really, really living in me as I read it. Like today was good for me. I felt really comfortable reading it.
Well, it's beautiful and courageous.
But I haven't really read these poems, because of COVID.
Yeah.
The book was launched in April, like in the middle
of it. Yeah. Well, it reminds me, Joe's question and your poem reminds me of a nice, insightful yet somewhat bratty comment that Frank O'Hara once made. He says, your poetry, your style is like you're choosing your pants. You want them not so tight that they're uncomfortable, but tight enough that everyone wants to go to bed with you. So that was his idea.
Who's his tailor?
Exactly. Or he had to try on an awful lot of pants at Macy's. That's right. So let's go. Let me ask Natasha. Man, I love this book, Natasha. I got to know you through your rep and through some of your other work. So when I had a choice of people I could bring on, there's a plethora of riches, obviously. But I really wanted to get to know you, and I only knew a few poems from, that I could find online and stuff. So, and some of your other work in other fields. And this book was just something to rejoice over when I got it. It's such a beautiful book. And, many things in it really interested me. All the different forms you use. And yet within them, I added to your publisher's description the words a sensitive lyricism. It seems to me almost every poem is a lyric poem, despite the odd shapes you put them into and the fact that you're presenting them as a GPS readout or a recipe or some damn thing, right? You seem to have a great talent to get a very generous, plangent, emotional lyricism into everything. Is this one of your goals or one of your feelings or part of your nature?
Yeah, it absolutely is part of my nature and part of my feelings. I think even when I'm working on, more journalistic pieces, personal essays, short fiction, where it is possible, based on the form, I do like to kind of have more images, and I like to be able to use that as a way to break a moment open, and to be able to explore the moment a little bit more. Yeah,
that's really great. I like the way you got gently but very firmly and deeply at some big themes. I think of my grandfather studying Hamlet in school. What did he get out of that? So it's a way of looking at, you absorb the imperial language and all its splendors, but on the other hand, doesn't it kind of erase or prevent you from getting to your own language? What is that? You don't even know. And it suggests you should. Maybe that's a good from it. But on the other hand, it doesn't exactly help you. Well, this is like the substance of the life's work of a great poet like Derek Walcott, for instance, as you doubtless know as well as I do. And he's from Trinidad, Tobago, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. So I was very impressed with that. I love the sugar being part of the soma, the physique of the people and the psyche and so on. I love that you're from Meadowvale. Don't you love names like Meadowvale? You go out to Meadowvale and there's no meadow and there's no vale. In fact, it couldn't be farther from a meadow and a vale, right? But you find a way to praise it and make it beautiful anyhow, right? Yeah. So yeah, I maybe I'm not starting a conversation very well. I just wanted to really praise this. Let me just raise one issue that I think goes with all of you. What is time but glances, you said in one of the latter poems that you read. And then you talked about all the glances in which people are together just sharing a moment as they're dragged past one another by routine and duty. And the perception there that, sort of time is conversation, is communication. That seemed to me a real insight, a real addition. We sometimes say, well, we got to get away from clock time and do our own personal time. Well, I think we rarely say time is conversation, togetherness, community, communion, But I think all poetry seems to exemplify that, and I could draw that theme into Joe's work and Beatriz's work equally well,
One thing I was thinking about today is how different time has become for me during this sort of seclusion, really, this period of not being in community except through mediated means, right?
Yeah.
And there's a kind of distortion of time, and it just brings home how important it is to be in a community of people, What Joe brings in his poetry is so alive, and it's sort of outside of time too. I mean, you're talking about a time when you were in the Arctic, or a time now, how it is now. I feel very much the passing of time at an accelerated rate, and yet, being in what you say, Al, is that being in poetry allows you to be in the Arctic, killing those poor dogs. Right now, like while we are in front of these computers or devices, and detached from time in a way.
There's a space in which it's all present tense, and it remains present tense. And for me, it's a present tense that's kind of narrated by snapshots. In my work is really quite visual, I think, and all of those images in each of the pieces is just, it's burned into my, this is going to be what I see. This is my newsreel as I die. All these little images.
Yeah, that's really interesting. The philosophers will argue over, is there a privileged now or is there not a privileged now? In other words, we're right now in now. However, yesterday you were in a now which you were enjoying or suffering, and 10 years ago you were in a now. Like Joe, some of his poems from today go back to, he said, 40, 50 years ago. But they're just as present, just as visual as the poems that he might have written seeing somebody just a few months ago or just before his book was published, and so on. Is your now of now more now than your now of yesterday was? Well, it is in a way, but maybe in another way it isn't.
No, they're the same to me.
Yeah, and poetry gets at that, doesn't it? It brings those nows that are threatened with being looked at as faded or not present. It brings them here. It helps tell us how they are here profoundly, right? You see, I think I thought I'd go back to both Natasha and Beatriz on what Joe says, right? Beatriz's stuff is so much about inheritance in terms of people, but in terms of culture too. Inheritance deep back into the endless past, right? And Natasha, the book is about going and seeking realities of, getting to know the old people better, and then going with the old people to the old country and getting to know it better, and wondering, okay, I'm brought up mainly in Canada. What was that? It's me, but it's somehow deep in me. How with my conscious mind do I access it, right? And so the poetry is all very much about that, I think, and that's the depth of the human being, sort of, I just think these things are, come out in these poems beautifully, I love to hear Goran Simic. I knew Goran Simic too. Well, yeah, I still know him. I hear from him once in a while. He's down in Florida now, I believe. But He's written some great poems, and though they're long lined and they're much more lengthy and developed, sort of, as it were, narratively developed than Joe's poems, they have really an equal kind of poetry journalism marriage, poetry realistic reportage marriage like Joe's, even though the form is quite different. Yeah. Here comes Sienna back. You have something to tell us about that we've reached the end of our time?
I wish we could have another hour. To be honest, I've been sitting here on the back end just transfixed by everyone's work. Thank you so much for sharing, a piece of your hearts and your minds with us. This has been truly something. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you. You guys are all geniuses, but I'm the supreme genius for having chosen you. Man, well, I don't know what kind of inspiration I was having when that
curatorial supreme.
Exactly. So thanks a million.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sienna, and everybody at work.
Get to know you a bit, Natasha. Joe.
Bye, everybody.
Okay. Bye-bye. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Take care, everyone. Thank you.
So you're ending our session now for us, Sienna? Okay.
Sure am. All right, everybody. So in case you want to hear more of these marvelous poets, you can find their works Bittersweet, All I Have Learned Is Where I Have Been, As Far As You Know, and Beloved Revolutionary Sweetheart at the Word on the Street digital marketplace at www.wordonthestreet.shop. We'll be back in 15 minutes for our next event, where Ryan B. Patrick speaks with authors Faye, Guenther and Souvankham Thammavongsa, presented by Diaspora Dialogues. See you then. Welcome back, everybody, to the Ideas and Imagination stream for WOTS 2020. Our next segment is presented by Diaspora Dialogues as part of their Talk Symposium. Diaspora Dialogues supports writers to turn their craft into a career through mentorship, professional development, and opportunities to publish and present their work. Please welcome the moderator for this event, Ryan B. Patrick. Hey there.
Hey, what's going on? How are we doing?
Great, how are you?
Hanging in.
Great. Ryan is a Toronto writer, critic, and arts and culture journalist. He's a producer at CBC Books, the digital destination for all CBC Books and CanLit programming, including Canada Reads. His work has appeared in publications and websites such as Exclaim Magazine, CBC Music, Huffington Post Canada, and Now Magazine. Great to have you here.
Thanks, Sienna. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so I guess we can get started. So I'm Ryan Bradley Patrick. As Sienna mentioned, great to be here. Thanks to Diaspora Dialogues. Thanks to Word on the Street and for everyone else tuning in. I think amidst a global pandemic, social unrest, global upheaval, it's kind of an interesting time to say the least. So that said, it's great to be here. We're talking books with two great emerging Canadian authors. The literary scene is pretty much a really interesting space. So we're seeing a lot of new great perspectives, great new authors, and great new writing. So the two authors that we have here today have written two great books with short fiction that we're going to talk about today. So we have Faye Guenther. Faye Guenther lives in Toronto. Her writing has appeared in literary magazines, including Joyland. She published a chapbook, Floodlands, with Junction Books. Swimmers in Winter is the book that we're going to talk about today. It is her first debut collection of short fiction. It was published in 2020 by Invisible Publishing. Hey Faye, how's it going?
Good. How are you, Brian?
How are you doing in a time of COVID?
Getting by, like we all are. It's great to be here.
Awesome. Great to have you. So our next speaker is Souvankham Thammavongsa. She is the author of 4 poetry books and the short story collection, How to Pronounce Knife. It was published by McClellan Stewart this year, and it was longlisted for the Giller Prize. Congratulations on that. So your stories have appeared in Harper's, the Paris Review, the Atlantic, and more, and you live in Toronto. Hey, Souvankham, how are you doing?
Hi, Ryan. I'm doing well. Hi, Faye.
Hi, Sue. How are you?
I'm good.
Good to see you.
You too.
Great to see you again. So before we proceed, we're going to do a short reading, then we'll kind of move on to a conversation, a quick Q&A, and then any questions that kind of pop up, we'll kind of address them as they come. So I guess it's time to read. So Faye or Souvankham, whoever wants to go first, let's have at it. Maybe Faye, I'll pick the picture. Yeah,
okay, sure. So I'm reading from my debut collection, Swimmers in Winter, as Ryan said. Was published at the end of August of this year by Invisible Publishing. And Invisible has a booth at the virtual market at Word on the Street, so you can visit them there. And I'm going to read from the very beginning of the final story in the collection, and it's called Floodlands. Twice that I can remember, the river blossomed up its insides, moisture cleaving every surface, drips of water running like teeth along the edges of walls and ceilings. Afterwards, I would ride my bike, spraying up the muddy streets, my hands wrapped around the handlebars like a lover. The soaked landscape would pour by, a drowning village, a waterlogged dream. Once the river took our cattle, the group of them standing together in a haphazard circle, stamping their feet and shaking their heads at the wind and the rain that tunneled round them. The river swept them all, a jangle of bodies, into its rush and roll. It also washed away the birds, their great plumage going under like festival sails. It took our necessary objects, blades, beds, the fires on which we cooked. It stole the warped musical instruments fed by time and earlier floods, the scarce few photographs of children who are now old women and men, far beyond recognition. The river took the one faded image of my great-great-aunt Carmen. She was a warrior of her time, one who turned away from battle into what life had left. And like me, she had no children. When she died, those who loved her named her a warrior of peace. I have her name now, as well as my own, that means songmaker and builder. But I find myself wondering if any of this matters now, because the river will take it all away. This last time, it took Ella's baby. Some days, when I dream of the baby, she is laughing. Other days crying. But always she is floating. Her little round legs kicking like puckery fins. Her face as visible to me as the moon. The women gathered around Ella, weeping, and then they began to cook, spreading rich smells of food into the thickness of new moisture and the billowing clouds of insects. Nothing was dry here. Nothing was without the taste of something just gone. They say that cries of grief bring us closer to our animal selves. I have come to believe this is true. To care for Ella is to live with a wolf or a nightingale. They also say sadness dulls the tongue. Even so, or despite this, the women salvaged what they could from their soaked provisions. They went out further where the waters hadn't touched. They hunted. And what they brought back, they poured into their cooking for Ella's loss. I confess my tongue burned and leaked with the flavors they created as I sat quietly, eating with my dancing mouth and brushing away the little stabs of mosquitoes that clung to my uncovered skin. I ate as if I knew that this food made by the grieving women would give me the strength to sleep. And it is there that I would meet Ella's baby in my dreams.
Awesome. Thank you, Faye. That was Faye Guenther reading from her book, Swimmers in Winter. So Souvankham Thammavongsa. She'll now do a reading from her book, How to Pronounce Knife.
Thank you, Faye. That was a really beautiful reading. I'm going to read a short story titled Edge of the World. Once I started school, my mother watched the soaps alone and told me about them when I came home. There was always an affair, a long-lost twin, someone in a coma, a handsome doctor. After a while, I didn't want to hear about them anymore. I started reading books, and my mother would come sit with me and have me read them to her. She would ask questions about the drawings inside. The books she liked best were the scratch and sniff ones, and the ones where animals popped out at you. Each time I pulled the paper tab and a cat or a dog jumped out, she would draw in her breath, surprised and delighted by such a thing. There was one book about a sheep with a cotton patch inside. My mother would pet the cotton with her finger as if it was alive. At night, she would bring a book to my bed and insist I read it to her. There were not too many words inside. Sometimes she'd fall asleep right away, but when she didn't, I would make up stories for her. No one is ever alone in the world, I said. There is always a friend somewhere for someone. She must have been 24 then, but she seemed much younger and smaller. I watched over her, and when she shivered, I pulled a blanket up to cover her, trying not to wake her. Sometimes she had nightmares. I could tell by how she was breathing, short, panicked breaths. I would reach out and stroke her hair, tell her things would be all right, though I didn't know if they would be, or what it meant to say those words. I just knew it helped to say them. I never thought to ask my mother why she slept in my room most nights. I was just glad not to be alone in the dark. My mother peered at the puzzle and pointed at a green spot, said that was where she was from, a tiny country on the lower far right. Then she pointed to where we were at this moment, a large pink area at the top far left. After a moment, she pointed to the puzzle's edge and then to the floor, where there was nothing. It's dangerous there, she said. You fall off. No, you don't, I said. The world is round. It's like a ball. But my mother insisted that's not right. Still, I continued. When you get to the edge, you just come back right around to the other side. How do you know? She asked. I didn't know. There was a globe on Miss Sue's desk at school, and whenever she talked about the oceans or the continents or plate tectonics, she would point to those features on it. I didn't know if what Miss Sue was telling me was true. I hadn't thought to ask. It's flat, my mother said, touching the map like this. Then she swept the puzzle to the floor with her palm. All the connected pieces broke off from each other, the hours lost in a single gesture. Just because I never went to school doesn't mean I don't know things. I'm your mother. I thought of what my mother knew then. She knew about war, what it was like to be shot at in the dark, what death looked like up close in your arms, what a bomb could destroy. Those were things I didn't know about, and it was all right not to know them, living where we did now, in a country where nothing like that happened. There was a lot I did not know. We were different people, and we understood that then. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Souvankham.
Savannah.
Amazing. So Souvankham, your book is How to Pronounce Knife. Faye, your book is Swimmers in Winter. They're both your debut collections of short fiction. So when we're talking about the short story, we're talking about prose fiction, something you can read in one sitting. But these collection of short stories, they can focus on a self-contained incident or a series of linked incidents. So they make use of plot, settings, and other components that you might see in a novel. But essentially, I think they're their own thing. So what's really cool about short stories is they can be experimental or more of like a personal expression of the form. So I'll throw this question out to both of you. Like, what do you guys think goes into the perfect, the ideal short story?
I think of a short story the way we think of like a gymnast on a balance beam. In a very narrow space, you're trying to do a lot, and every little move counts. And you're in the presence of, you know, someone who you trust, but also you're given a little bit of distance to just watch them in a bit of pleasure and joy and awe as well.
And I think about it in similar terms in that it is a very precise and in some ways limited frame in which you need to kind of create a universe. But we're only in that universe as readers briefly. And so I guess the question for the writer is, where are you going to shine the light in that time that you have? And if we think about it in terms of characters, what piece of a character are we going to be able to encounter in the short story something about them that really matters? So what is that piece going to be?
Awesome. So Faye, your book is kind of like more of a series of linked incidents. So we're talking about, you're unpacking a lot of stuff like queer people, the police, homophobia, PTSD, bullying. So why that approach? Why did you want to frame your short story collection as a series of kind of interlinked or loosely connected stories?
I was interested in, so I have 6 stories in my collection, and they are in pairs. So there's 3 pairs, and within each pair, they're linked by a reoccurring character. And one of the things that I wanted to explore there was the way that we experience time in our inner lives, where in our hearts and our minds, we move back and forth and circle between the past and the present and the imagined future. And by having a reoccurring character within the pair and setting the second story in each pair at a moment later in time or a period later in time, I was able to look at how the characters' lives and their relationships were happening in the wake of the past, and how the past shaped who they were and how they lived in the present. So that's one of the things I wanted to explore, using narrative, which in a sense is inherently forward moving, because there's always something new coming. So how to take that form and look at the way that we experience time in our own lives, which I think is much more fluid and not linear at all.
Yeah, I really like that approach, because that reading you gave was the last story in the collection. You mentioned Carmen. We see Carmen in a previous story where we see her story, what she's dealing with. So I really love that interconnectivity. That's a kind of intersectionality as you kind of see in the interplay between the characters. I really kind of appreciated that approach. So Souvankham, your stories in terms of short fiction, they're more self-contained. They're more like slices of life, more like vignettes. Why did you want to take that approach?
I was thinking about very much like Faye in terms of shape. I wanted the stories to circle and be tangential, or to pick into, or to pick out of, or to expand or collapse, to do different things, but to circle around a main voice.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So,
and the short story as a whole, in its parts, it felt like it was the right form.
Right. So speaking of form, a question that short story writers kind of get asked: why not write a novel instead? Like, what's the appeal to both of you to kind of writing short stories as opposed to a full-length novel?
Well, one of the things that I think doing a collection of shorter stories allowed me to do was to, for myself as a writer, to understand, and then also to represent within the stories the way that these different characters' lives share some common ground, some connections. So I'm looking at queer women's. All of the main characters are queer women, and I'm looking at their lives at different points in time in the 20th century. One pair of stories takes place in Toronto in the 1940s and 1950s, versus another pair of stories that are set in the late 80s and in the early 2000s in Toronto. So to be able to see, well, what are some of the connections that these characters might have when we see their stories side by side. So that was one of the reasons why doing the collection.
Getting some background noise there. Souvankham, do you want to answer that question? Like, why short stories as opposed to a novel?
I'm working on a novel right now, and I'm thinking about how far away it is from the short story. One of the things I love about the short story is the cruelty and the brutality of the form. You have so little room to do things, and you go in, and right when you get people to care about a character or a particular moment, you close the scene. And to work with time in such a small space, there's like a real pleasure and joy in being able to do that. But also I feel there's a scrutiny in the form of the short story from a reader where you don't have time to make a mistake because it's in such a small area that a reader can notice if you make a wrong move. Whereas I feel like with a novel, it's a lot more forgiving. I would have to say also with the short story, I mean, I first thought about time and how, like, with a novel, it could take a long time to come together. But I feel in a short story, you can do that too. It can take place within 10 minutes or 100 years. It just depends on what the writer wants to do and what story they want to unfold. One of the lovely things about a short story collection as well is that you don't have to commit to anything. If somebody doesn't like a character or a scene, it'll be done soon.
Awesome. So you obviously, both of you are both poets. You both have a poetry background. So in poetry, we're talking about phrasing, diction, cadence, characterization. So what was that transition like shifting between poetry to writing a collection of short stories? Are you using a different part of your brain? Is it a different approach? What's that looking like for you guys?
Well, I think, so I should say that Souvankham and I met about 20 years ago when we took a course taught by the poet Lorna Goodison at the University of Toronto. And at that time, Souvankham, what you were writing was poetry. And I guess I can see in really interesting ways the connections between those early poems, what I remember, and then 4 collections of poetry that you've written, and then this debut collection, and I mean, I think for myself, I've used poetry as a kind of starting place to figure out what my voice is as a writer, and that in a way the stories, creating a story allowed me to become bolder in my voice and to figure out what it was that I wanted to say and write about. But poetry was a starting place, and working with language and images was a starting place that then I could use to take to create the stories. So that was my trajectory as a writer. Sue, what about yourself?
First, I want to say, in the way that you read, I can't tell if it's fiction or poetry because you really, I feel like you take such care with your sentences, the pace at which you move, and I can hear so much of the space around it. I mean, you give so much room for the sentences to exist in such a space. I try not to think so much about the differences between poetry and short fiction or the novel. Because I feel like those kinds of containers they're really only, for me, I feel like they're really only important to like a bookstore who's trying to sell these things. I'm just thinking about the sentence. Whether you're writing poetry or a short story or a novel, the sentence is always important. What it sounds like, what it's doing, does it say enough? Does it add to it? Do we need it? Those are the questions that I take into poetry, and they are still there when I'm writing a short story or a novel. Those things don't change.
Gotcha. So we have a few questions that we're going to get to, but I want to ask one more question before we do that. Let's talk about how your books are kind of connected. And I see it as marginalization. That's the running thread that kind of connects both of your books. Kind of marginalization, relegated to the margins, something shared between your book. I think that's something shared between your books. So Souvankham, I think it's from the perspective of immigrant outsider to the mainstream, so to speak, and Faye, you're exploring like queerness and what that means in different time periods. So when you're writing these stories from like a specific viewpoint, how do you connect to a universal audience?
I don't think of my characters as being from or in the margins. In my stories, they are at the center of the story. They are not strange, or what is strange to them is the world, the language, the way people react, the jobs that they have, whether they're picking worms or doing nails or boxing, store furniture or listening to Randy Travis. Those things are strange.
Awesome. And Faye, how would you respond to that?
I think that it's not I think that if you've got a compelling character, an interesting character, and if you manage to write something that will move the reader in some way, the idea that you need to shape the story to meet certain people's expectations, that's not really a question for me. I think it really is about the story that you're telling, and if you can do that with strength and well, and then the reader will respond to it, or at least that's the offer to the reader. I think that it is interesting, like one of the connections that I found between your collection, Souvankham, and my own is around the characters and work. That on one hand, work is a source of agency for the characters. They're earning what they need to make a living, or they're trying to, and making and doing through work is part of their identities. And then on the other hand, the work that they're doing is often low paid, with little security, and requires often like hard physical labor. And I think what I saw in your stories, and what I was also trying to represent in my own, is that they're never doing this work passively. They're always responding to the limitations or the contortions that the work imposes on them. And so they're always finding some agency, but that agency never comes without some kind of cost, on the other hand. But I do think a difference with my characters are that they aren't dealing with forms of racism, structural racism, in the way that your characters do encounter that in their work. I don't know if that any of that rings true to you in terms of their relationship to work.
I do, yes, work is definitely very important to this collection. It's work that isn't paid well, but it's incredibly difficult to do if we try to put ourselves into those positions. I mean, if someone came and asked you to paint their nails, that's where do you begin, and how do you angle yourself? It's not just about, it's not like liquid paper where you're just slapping it on. It takes a particular skill and knowledge and relationship with with a client. It takes more than the job. It's also about who you are. And these sites of work are also places, are also living locations. We spend so much time working. They're also places where people fall in love, where people raise families, where people have meals. I thought every time, many times when we encounter stories of successful refugees or immigrants, we're often talking about someone with a PhD in chemistry or a successful restaurant. Sometimes being successful is also someone just being able to get to the next minute or hour or year, or just being able to show up for work and feel like you have a purpose, a duty, a responsibility, that you're part of a community through the work.
Gotcha. Awesome. So speaking of Randy Travis, there is a couple questions I want to get to. Someone's talking about the Randy Travis story. They loved it. I'll read it. Yesterday, my students read the Randy Travis story. They were moved. They also felt the story was enormously sad. So what would you say, Sue, about the idea of hope that's in the story and in your personal experience?
Okay. Yeah, I think actually the story to me is not sad at all. It is a feature of it, but what I'm actually doing is I make all the readers not long to hear Randy Travis. You long to hear this man who isn't famous at all, who is at the center of the story. You long to hear him sing. The story is a stage, and when you get to the very last line, you are the person who's paid for the concert, and you're sitting there and you're waiting to hear him sing. I think it's a daring narrative move to create a story and then make someone not famous within the story. It's also a story that uses the line "go back home" and renders it meaningless and ridiculous because it's applied to Randy Travis. And a different writer could have leaned on the sadness or its ability to wound, but what I did was I went for the funny, and I did it through the voice of a child. There are sad moments, but I think I think we can lean on a word like "and." It's sad and furious. It's sad and funny. It's sad and ferocious. It's all these other things as well.
Indeed, indeed. So there's another question I'll quickly get to. How you decide on the scope of the story? How do you know when to start a story? Sorry, how do you know where a story will end and begin? Maybe Faye, if you want to start with that one.
That's intuitive for me. So I start with when I'm I'm writing a story, I'll start with an image or a piece of dialogue or an emotional experience, and then I branch out from there. And sometimes it happens in the middle of action. Sometimes it's the character looking back on something that's happened to them. Sometimes it's about what they're dreaming of. So it really depends on the seeds of the story, and then where they take me.
I don't know, so you have anything to add?
I think they begin with the title. Sometimes like for example, I wanted to write a story titled Manny Petty. I was watching Manny Pacquiao in a boxing match, and he had a face that was very much like my father's, and I couldn't watch it being punched. And so when I titled it Manny Petty, I wanted, just the thought of his face when you ask for a Manny Petty, that his face would come up, or just gesture to it when you go into the story.
I love that story. Love the story. So let's do a quick craft question. So in the course of writing these books, what did a good writing day look like for you, each of you, in terms of writing these stories? We're talking about story a day. We're looking at a page count, word count. What did it all look like when it was all coming together?
I spent a number of years working on this collection and did a lot of revising. So I think that a good writing day really it really ranged. But I guess when I was after the manuscript was accepted by my publisher, Invisible Publishing, and I was doing intensive revisions. I would really spend as much time as I could with the work and just kind of immerse myself in it and in what was going on with the characters, and then take short breaks or, do the other things that I had to do. It's when I am writing, it's pretty immersive, and I try to do it as much as I can within the space that I have to do it.
How do you feel about that, Sue?
A good writing day is when you can come back, like when it ends and you can't wait to come back to the page. Sometimes one story, Slingshot, took me 12 years to think about, but an afternoon to write. That felt good to do. Other times, something took took a really long time. And those were good writing days too, because it made the years that took up that time have meaning and contribute to something that arrived on the page.
Okay. So I have one more question, and it kind of aligns with what I was going to ask you guys next. So it's a perfect timing. So what do you know? How do you know what the shape of a story looks like? How do you know when that shape fits? And I think that aligns to the question I was going to ask in terms of structure. Are you keeping this all in your head? Are you plotting it? Are you pantsing it? You know what I mean? Like, how does it all come together?
Well, I think for me, it was very much about the characters and their relationships with each other. So in the first pair of stories, I have a main character, Florence, who's a mandolin player. She's a musician, and it's set in the 1940s, 1950s in Toronto. So, I was looking at what her life was like, and then the main relationship that kind of carried forward into the next story in that pair was with a woman named Magda, who's a singer, who joined her on stage some of the time. So those two characters and their relationship shaped how what I decided to do with the stories, to look at the ways that their lives unfolded together and then came apart. And then likewise in the second pair of stories, there's two characters who meet working in the kitchen of a diner on Yonge Street in the late 80s, and that's Eva and Claudia. So it was looking at the connection that they found with each other, and then looking at the aftermath of that. And then the second story in that pair was about the main character, Jackie, who knew both of them in the past. And so she's reflecting back on how she knew them. And then in the final two pairs of stories, I have a soldier named Carmen who goes to Afghanistan, and she comes back after having fought, and she's dealing with the trauma of having been in the war and dealing with PTSD. So it's about her journey there. And then that final story, it's connected in some more indirect ways. It's also about aftermath and dealing with grief and trauma. And so it was looking at how the characters in that story were like Carmen in the previous one, dealing with the trauma of having lost something. So really, all in all, it was how these characters interact with each other and the relationship that they had with each other. And that's how I formed the stories.
Awesome.
Ryan, I think your question about shape is really wonderful, because because I feel like the shape of failure was really important to me. Like, what is left off the page, the things that failed, the stories that didn't make it into the collection, help shape the collection. There's a story about it's about a doll's head, and it takes place from the point of view of just the doll's head, and it's carried by a seagull into a lake. But that story isn't here in the collection, and it not being in part of the collection shapes it too for me, because its absence makes the other stories cling to each other in ways it wouldn't have had it appeared in the collection.
Got you. So we're running short on time, so I guess we'll wind down here. So I guess, how do you both define success for these books in 2020? Obviously, they were released in a time of COVID, kind of interesting time. Normally, you would be kind of touring and going around with your books. Now you're kind of doing that virtually, but it's not really the same. Like, how are you defining success at this level at this time?
For myself, I think that that the book can reach as many readers as possible, and I've really appreciated, the people who've been willing to take a look at it and review it so far, and I'm looking forward to more of that. And I think the other thing that I would love to see is, when I go to read these characters in these stories, I'm bringing my own sort of register to their voices, and that's my own. It's a way for me to kind of meet the characters again on the page, but my own register, my own repertoire is not necessarily the ones that I envision for these characters. For example, I did a reading of the first story, Florence, and when I imagined her character, she had a lot more masculinity to her than when I was able to do in my reading. I would love to see other people read these stories and hear it in their voices. That would be interesting to me.
Fantastic.
I think just having come from poetry, it doesn't take a pandemic for people not to come to your books. So sometimes you put out a book and nobody, or people don't notice it. I'm just grateful that I get to have conversations like what we're having now, or to see people sending me personal notes about what this book has meant to them. I think that's very special. And I think that that's what success is, to be able to meet the people who buy and read your books, and to be able to hear what they think.
Amazing. Awesome.
Thank you all so much for sharing some time, your heart-rending readings. I was hiding in the back, just like gripping my chair. Like, you're both astounding readers. It very clearly shows how much thought and how much soul you put into these. So thank you for sharing with us. And Ryan, thank you for just a wonderful job of balancing the conversation. Lots of audience love for all of you. You should go check it out in the rewatch afterwards.
Awesome. Appreciate
Thanks so much, Ryan.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Souvankham. Thanks, Faye. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great time. All right. See you guys. Bye.
Take care. So if you want to read more of these incredible authors' work, you can find How to Pronounce Knife and Swimmers in Winter, both available in the Word on the Street digital marketplace at www.wordonthestreet.shop. This segment was presented by Diaspora Dialogues as part of their Talk Symposium. Diaspora Dialogues supports writers to turn their craft into a career through mentorship, professional development, and opportunities to publish and present their work. We'll be back in 15 minutes for another Diaspora Dialogue special presentation with Fatima Kadar and Sheung-King. Thanks very much.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Ideas and Imagination stream of the Word on the Street, our 2020 virtual festival. I'm David Alexander. I'm the festival director for the Word on the Street. And our next segment is produced and presented by Diaspora Dialogues as part of their TOK Symposium. Diaspora Dialogues supports writers to turn their craft into a career through mentorship, professional development, and opportunities to publish and present their work. Our host for this evening's conversation with Sheung-King, it will be Fatima Kader. Hi, Fatima.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? I'll just read your bio really quick. Fatima Kader's writing has appeared in Guernica, The New Inquiry, Hazlitt, and elsewhere. Her forthcoming creative nonfiction book manuscript examines the migration of war and terror through the US, Canada, Saudi Arabia, and Sri Lanka. She also works as a public interest litigator representing workers, unions, and students. How are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm great. I'll hand it over to you now, and you can introduce Sheung-King.
Hi, everyone. So I'm really excited to be having this conversation with Sheung-King. I'm going to tell you a little bit about himself. I'm going to read out his bio. Sheung-King is a writer and educator. His work has appeared in Prism International, the Shanghai Literary Review, and the Hamburg Literary Review, among others. He is currently a lecturer at the University of Guelph and Sheridan College. You Are Eating an Orange, You Are Naked, the book that we'll be discussing today, is Sheung-King's debut book. Originally from Hong Kong, he lives in Toronto. Thank you, Sheung-King, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I thought we might start with you giving us a short reading for those of us, many of us who haven't yet had the chance to read your book.
Yeah, for sure. So the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up on October 1st, so I thought it'd be nice to read a little section that talks about the folktale behind the festival. So this is Lanterns and Letters. The word koi and li make up the term concept. Koi by itself means approximate or in general, and li means thought or idea, but it can also mean read or recite. When put together, koi li, to me at least, means approximately an idea or not quite an idea yet. Is it you? I didn't recognize the woman's voice. No, I said. She hung up. I went for a jog by the lake. The water was still. Maybe I could jog to China. I didn't jog to China. I came back home, made myself breakfast, took a shower while you slept on. Are you all packed? I asked. We were going to Taiwan this evening. You don't respond. I continue thinking about the question. Is it you? This is a series of events. The events have no center, no fulcrum, no singular meaning. In the center of an event is just another chain of events with no center. Long ago, there were 10 suns in the sky. The sun incinerated all the plants on Earth. One day, an archer shot down 9 of the 10 suns. As a reward, the Queen Mother of the West gave the archer an elixir. The elixir would make him immortal, but there was only enough elixir for one person. The archer didn't want to be immortal. All the archer wanted was to live his life with Chang'e, his wife. He didn't drink the elixir, but instead asked Chang'e to keep it safe for him. One day, one of the archer's students pretended to be ill so he could be relieved from hunting duty. After the archer left to hunt, the student demanded that Chang'e give him the elixir. Chang'e, knowing she would not stand a chance if he tried to fight the student, drank the elixir immediately, and the elixir gave her the power to fly. She soared higher and higher until, in the end, she reached the moon and became immortal. The archer was very sad when he received the news of her disappearance. He moved a table under the moon. Every night, he had dinner in the moonlight. He imagined himself having dinner with her. Why do you think she drank the elixir? You asked. So that the student would be able to take it? You're stupid. I didn't disagree. Why would she care if someone else had it? You know what? I think she wanted to be immortal more than she wanted to be with the archer. She was just waiting for the right moment to drink it, so people won't remember her as an elixir-stealing bitch. You're going to have a hard time being mortal if everyone thinks you're a bitch. I mean, why else would her first reaction to be to drink the elixir? You know what else? What? I bet the archer suspected that she wanted to be mortal more than she wanted to be with him. Why? Why else would she let her keep the elixir? It was a test. He wanted to see if she truly loved him. Again, I didn't disagree. You know what I liked about the story, though? I liked the fact that he gave her the choice to choose to either be immortal or be with him, you said.
Thank you. I remember that passage from when I was reading it. And it takes me into one of the questions that I really wanted to ask you, which is, this book is about two young people who are in love, or in any event in a relationship, a romantic one. And many of the scenes involve the young woman, the love interest, sort of leaving the protagonist hanging, like in the middle of conversations, in the middle of cities by himself. And I'm thinking about this passage you read out about, what it means to be a bitch, what it means to live with eternity. What are the choices that are given in these relationships? So my first question is, why do you think she stays with him? Like, he talks at length about how beautiful she is, how, he's like enamored of her. That's very obvious. What do you think it is that she sees in him that prolongs this relationship for as long as it does?
Well, I think one, and this might be a really kind of old Greek example, is that he keeps on telling her stories. So he has all these folk tales, and these folk tales lead to these philosophical conversations that are interesting at times, but after those moments are over, she leaves, and that's all I need from this person, is that I want these stories and conversations.
There was a line in the book where they're in a taxi. I think it's Tokyo, but maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. Was it Tokyo? And the line is, the taxi was a heterotopia, a dynamic space layered with ever-changing meanings where social norms are suspended. And I was thinking about that in the context of what you just said, that, there are so many, he tells her so many stories, but even in the writing of the book itself, it's a highly referential text, right? Like, there are quotations from like so many other writers' texts throughout the book. So what for you was the significance, not only of the stories that he tells her, of his act of telling her stories, but even of the ways that the book itself contains multiple stories?
Right. I think this is kind of answering your first question as well. A way of telling stories or using narratives to understand the world is to prolong the story of a thing. So I think that kind of concept or understanding how to tell stories come from me being from Hong Kong, because it's a place that has an expiration date, it has a history of colonization, and it will be handed back one day, and we don't really know what that means yet. So one of the means to continue its existence is to continue telling stories, and may that be stories that is from your place, or stories that you bring from other places to make into one that is about your place. It's about a continuation of this narrative.
That's really fascinating to hear. I hadn't thought of it in those terms. One of the things that I had been thinking about is that for myself, like, I really love stories, books that are about a place. Like, they're not just like set in a place randomly, but you feel the spirit of that city in the novel. And in your book, there are multiple cities that really come out almost as characters in their own right. So the book begins with a relatively lengthy section in Macau. There's Hong Kong, as you've noted, Toronto, Prague. Tell me about how you chose those cities. Like, what made you want this book to be so internationalist? Do any of those cities have specific, like, personal significance for you?
I personally, I only chose the places that I've been to, because I didn't want to, like, if I'm criticizing, I criticize a lot about Orientalism and how these like romantic Eurocentric projections of Asia. So I didn't want to set a place without having been there. So all of the places in the story, I've actually spent some time there, and enough time to feel like I'm able to write a scene that is set in this place and it will make sense. So so when I was writing this book, I visit Hong Kong, and my partner's from Tokyo, so we travel back and forth, back when we could travel, and so these places I kind of have an okay understanding of I'm comfortable with writing about without fantasizing too much.
How would you describe those cities then? If you had to describe, let's say we start with Toronto. If you had to describe Toronto for the purposes of your book, what is this okay understanding that you have of this particular city?
I think that Toronto is different because it really depends on you and how where the places you go. I on weekends I go downstairs to have dim sum, so I navigate like certain specific places within Toronto. So in the book, the characters, you can tell the places they go in Toronto are ones that are significant to their culture and their background, or cultures that they enjoy, or they want to learn more about.
Do you feel that the other cities that you talk about in the book are less like I guess contextual in that way? Like, so you've talked about Toronto. It really depends on where you are in Toronto. Did it feel like Prague had a more consistent or cohesive identity regardless of where you were in the city?
Yeah, I think so. And I think like it's also from the point of view of tourists. They don't really know, especially the male character, he really doesn't know what he's doing. He's just walking around. People are like kind of harassing him. A clown asks him to stab him. And so it's very different because you're exploring the space as a foreigner, but still, even in those spaces in Prague, they're able to find a sense of community. Like they still end up with another person who's Chinese. So that is still there.
And then in the sections of the book that take place in cities that are located in East Asia, like Tokyo or Hong Kong or Macau, does that sense of like belonging or that sense of community feel different? Like, and I don't just mean like, oh, because one is from a place that you necessarily belong, but more that like perhaps you are more sensitive to the stratification of societies in the places that you actually have some like deep familial knowledge of. Like, does my question make sense in terms of like, how does the notion of community, how did that present in the Macau chapter, for example?
Yeah, I think for the Macau chapter, the sense of community comes from it's the Macau chapter is called Memory Peace Macau. So I was trying to figure out how, when you're in a place that you're kind of familiar with, how your personal memories are expressed in that place. So a lot of places are, especially for immigrants, a lot last generation ones especially would come here, and they would bring a kind of cultural memory. So I was interested in, if you're growing up between cultures and your own personal history, may that be a dating history or like a space that reminds you of another person, how that memory in turn also shapes the space around you, and vice versa. And so the colonial architecture of Macau, the casinos, all of those things, the churches, that shapes the characters too. So it kind of goes both ways.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Would you say that the architecture in Prague, which the characters talk a lot about, do you think that shapes them as well, or their dynamics with each other?
Yeah, I think so. I think that shapes them quite a bit actually, and they're not actually together for that much of the time in the Prague chapter. So there is a sense of like distance, or like a sense of alienation and especially with like these characters walking amongst these like huge churches with like Jesus looking down at you.
Yeah. You've talked in a little bit already about Orientalism. And I have some specific questions about that and the way in which it surfaces or doesn't surface in the book. But can you talk to us a little bit more about, what your feelings, what your theories are about Orientalism, why it's important to you?
I think there's a lot of things that's wrong with it, and sometimes it's the main thing I think is there are these romantic projections, and also it becomes a way to perpetuate inequality or Western centrism, because I use Lost in Translation as an example, the movie, where a lot of humor is created based on stereotypes of East Asian, specifically Japanese people, and it's only funny if you buy into these hierarchies. So that becomes really toxic, especially if it's perpetuated in mainstream culture in that way. So I get really mad at that movie because people think it's like such a well-written film and it's nice. And so I one time I commented on like the movie thread, and I read this is a racist movie, and people like European people started attacking me. They said like, just because it's for Western people doesn't mean it's racist. Yeah. So I feel like that makes me feel like, okay, this is something important that we need to kind of address.
Would you say the book is about Orientalism or no?
I think it's about my characters, and Orientalism is just part of their lives. So.
And I was wondering about that because there's really fairly limited mention of white people in the book altogether. In fact, and correct me if I'm wrong, but really there's only that one chapter where the character talks about being in the hole, and he describes some like racist incidents that had happened to him when he was a child. He talks about, I think it's in that chapter, right, where they talk about the movie. And then he also describes this incident in the bar where that drunk white man comes up to him and is like harassing him. And then I thought was really interesting was the section about the visit to the museum. And you talked about an actual, like a real world artist whose work I looked up. Maybe you can tell us about that section.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I was walking. I was actually that was real. It was the galleries in Yorkville on tour. I'm just calling them out. I'm sure it's fine. And so I was there with my friend, and my friend actually studies Buddhism, like doing his master's research on Buddhism. We walked in with this like crystal engraved Buddhas there, and so we're like, what is happening here? This is like not okay. And the people were really excited that we were going to join us. Like, oh yeah, we like took these cultures, and then we're like, and then showed us a picture of like Drake having one in his penthouse, and then so we're and they're like really comfortable with like saying these things in front of us too. So yeah, so it becomes sometimes Orientalism becomes so normalized in commercial spaces that like people don't actually realize what they're doing is appropriating or Orientalist, and so that kind of comes into like different aspects of life. For instance, people like they're choosing to harass another person depending on their race. And a lot of those moments in that story, especially, the people who are being harassed or are the objects of this Orientalist gaze feel disempowered to even say anything about it. So they just observe and couldn't speak. So the character in that chapter literally could not speak for the entire day.
So what was interesting to me was like, so you have this chapter that very in a very heads-on way takes on this subject of today I'm struggling of the subject of Orientalism, of racism against East Asian communities and people, but otherwise, like there are, I mean, it's arguable whether or not there are other characters aside from the two in Harold, but otherwise, like there's no mention of even white people. Like and I have feelings about that, and I wanted to ask you, like, was that a deliberate choice on your part to like have it be one chapter that you're like, okay, we've talked about it, we're gonna move on, or did it just organically happen as you were writing the book?
I think I took the opportunity to they kind of talk about European writers, but then one of the characters just used like Kazuo Ishiguro as an example of a
remember that. I wanted to ask you about that. Okay, let's start with that. What do you think he meant when he said that?
I think he meant that there are some people of a certain generation, in order to become successful, needs to assimilate to a point where they they identify as more of a European writer than not so than their race, which is not necessarily a problem. And if it's a means of survival, I completely understand why one will be compelled to do that. But for that case, I think it's I have like some problems with some of Ishiguro's writing, especially like in the middle of his career. So setting a book in Shanghai about like colonizers going back to like find their roots or whatnot. So that kind of it's me trying to not solely to throw shade at him, but also to like talk about how deeply rooted colonization can be, where things you do write about is still a means of assimilation.
Yeah,
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think it's something that, particularly in a current political moment where I think we talk a lot about diversity, inclusion, as though simply having people of color present in spaces fixes the problem of white supremacy. I think we miss the point that, one can internalize white supremacy and the notion of whiteness as objective, as universal, as neutral. And so that as people of color, we are able to enact, whiteness and to entrench it. So I thought it was really refreshing in the book that there were so few white people, that it wasn't written as like, aside from that one chapter, which like really takes it on explicitly, but otherwise that it wasn't written in, this was my reading, and please tell me if I'm, totally misreading it. But like, it wasn't as though it wasn't reactive. It wasn't responsive to whiteness. It was about, these two characters and their relationships with each other, complicated as those were, their relationships to the cities that felt like home. It didn't feel like home. And it wasn't about explaining or proving their humanity or proving, their value simply because they weren't white. And then that there was specificity also in the ways in which they talked about their ethnic backgrounds. Because I think also that's the other thing for me that seems to happen is like all people of color get lumped into one category when in fact the relationships in the global south, in the third world, across Asia are like so numerous, right? And like I don't know if it's significant at all, but you have these characters, one of whom is of Chinese descent, one of whom is Japanese descent. Like that to me is interesting. That is, and I think she says at one point, she's like, well, I guess people would expect someone like me to have a white boyfriend. And I thought that was like, yeah, those are the expectations. And this in fact is, to my mind, like a cross-ethnic relationship. That is, much more interesting than the constant centering of whiteness, even in the like talking back to it. Seems to me already to be a lost cause.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I tried to put kind of a subtle I mean, it's also subtle. There is tension between their relationship, and like a little bit that also stems from the cultures that they're from and the colonial history of that. So yeah,
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so well, the Japanese colonized lots of places in Asia, and one instance is the male characters has family from not just from Hong Kong, but from Burma as well and other places in Southeast Asia. So when he kind of mentions that, he kind of the conversation just kind of stops and it skips to another scene. So like things like that, little things that I kind of left it there as a reference to that kind of friction in their relationship, I guess.
And then I noticed that there were moments in different cities where it was in the question of greetings. I think one taxi driver asks them where they're from, and then like one will say the greeting like a hello in Japanese, and the other will say it in like Chinese in another scene. And I thought that was also really interesting, like the assumption of that simply because they were both East Asian, that they necessarily were like from the same place or spoke the same language, and the ways in which that was subtly disrupted in the book.
Yeah.
So while thinking about race and ethnicity, and you spoke about the tension between these couple. I mean, from the outset, there were all kinds of tensions between these two, and I was thinking about, you have a section near the middle of the book which opens with a quote from Judith Butler, and the quote reads, "Gender is a kind of imitation for which there is no original. In fact, it is a kind of imitation that produces the very notion of the original as an effect and consequence of the imitation itself." Could you talk to us about how you feel gender shapes or doesn't shape the relationship between the protagonist and the love interest in this book? What is the imitation here? What is the effect of that imitation?
I think I used that quote to start this session because it's not just about gender as a form of performative thing or imitation, but also everything else. So they reference food, they reference language, they reference all of these other things that just have meaning because like people try to give them meaning. So and that's not so much a reference to their relationship, and though there is a little bit of that when the clothes they wear, I kind of described that in that chapter, that's like performing a gender, but also how everything has meaning or is sold on a commercial level. Like this kind of dim sum is served because it's slightly different for the people who live in Canada. It's colder here and they make it this way. So there's not so much authenticity, and everything is kind of performative, or it orients itself in a way to adapt to its surroundings. So that's kind of the idea that underlines the concept in that chapter. So and in that chapter as well, I have a lot of footnotes. So there's this beer in Hong Kong that's being sold everywhere, and then it's like, oh, it's a German beer, and with like white people commercials, but then the brewery is just actually in like Hong Kong, so it's just imitating to be an import to take advantage of the Western centricity, post-colonial whatnot, and just to market itself. So objects, people, things, we change their meaning to adapt to the surroundings. So I guess I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah. No, I think that echoes what we've been talking about a little bit, like the idea of like what is the authentic and who decides what is the authentic. And I like the example of like this Hong Kong brewery basically creating an artifact of whiteness. Like, this is what whiteness should look like because we know it sells, and it doesn't matter if it's like realistic or not, but we're selling a promise and image, when again, I think that's an inversion of like what mainstream like white readers might be looking for, which is that they have the authority to determine what is packaged from East Asian cultures. Like, for example, the crystal Buddhas, to be able to like take something entirely out of context and make it purely aesthetic. So those examples of that inversion, which I don't know, like maybe I'm overstating it. Like maybe I'm putting too much political deliberation on a thing that is in fact organic and isn't necessarily like a political project that you set out to do. Like, am I overreading this or?
No, I think I wrote a lot of this almost like 3 years ago. I was 22 and I 22, 23, and I think right now I kind of always knew that was what I was gonna do, but it's not so explicit here because maybe I didn't know that was what I wanted to do until like later on. So, but now I think that's true. I think that's what I wanted to do without knowing, and I think that happens a lot.
But did you? I guess what I'm wondering is like, do you think if you wrote it now, would you make it more explicit? Yeah. Do you think you need to make it more explicit?
Yeah. No, but I might do it in a different way.
Well,
Yeah,
how would you do it now?
So instead of like using just imitation as like a commercial product like beer, I've been trying to learn about like AI and all and like augmented or simulated reality. Like in a way, the idea of having freedom is just like especially for a place like Hong Kong that's like been colonized so much, that the idea of freedom is kind of, you have to use stories to tell yourself that. And you need to, and that's important because if you want to continue to fight for that, you need that. So it becomes, it's like a story that your brain tells itself, and basically that's how our mind works, right? We are who we are, and we create our identity because we are using stories that our brain is telling ourselves to adapt to a surrounding or achieve a goal that you want. So maybe I would use more tech metaphors to describe this instead of commercial ones, just because I think it just makes more sense and it's less culturally specific.
Yeah, I mean the notion of using tech definitely is timely, given how much our lives seem, especially during the pandemic, to be shaped by what tech does. And like, like I had to decide where I was gonna, in the context of the house I'm in today, have this video, because what am I gonna present about myself? Like, and is that an authentic representation of me? Maybe not. I don't know.
So I just like chose a white background with nothing.
No, exactly. That's usually my recourse, is tell you as little bit about myself as possible. Yeah, I had a question, but now it's I lost it. Okay, I'll come back to it. Okay.
Sorry.
Something you said was really lighting a light in my head, but I'll come back to it. Can we talk about the style that you've used in this book? So it's all written in the second person, so it's you throughout. But then within that, however, it's not used the same. And so the first half, approximately, of the book is you is actually the voice of, it's written from the perspective always of the protagonist, this young man. But the you he is directing at is his love interest. You are doing X, Y, Z to me. And then in part 2 of the book, the you is actually himself. So when he says you are going outside, he's speaking about himself. Can you talk to us first about why you wanted to write it in the second person? And then second, why you made that switch partway through the book in that, in what even that second person represented?
Right. I think I didn't have to be in second person. I just really wanted both of them to be anonymous. Yeah, and I thought that was an effective way to do that. And it sounds kind of nice. To me back then. I don't know. But the anonymity was the main thing, because there are two people from these cultures, and I just wanted to be that. And as for the switch, I think that was just it's from a narrative level to show that they're no longer together. But she still longs for her, and that's why the second person is still there, but instead it's self-referential. It's about the narrator themselves. So
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I think that is a really effective use of the voice to showcase that break in their relationship. It was interesting, like when I was reading it, and maybe this is too much what's the word, gender sympathy, but like the first half, when he is writing to her and speaking of her, all of those yous as a woman made me feel very much like fixed and under scrutiny, like it felt like it was directed at me. And I say this as someone who, like you, has used the second person to write about romantic relationships for similar reasons, anonymity, but I'd never had that experience. I don't know, it was an interesting, like I felt suddenly like I was the not that I was a love interest, obviously, but more like I could appreciate why that might feel difficult for her to be under like his level of attention at all times. And then when it switched to the second part where the you was himself, like it felt like a physical release for me. I felt like I could read with a bit more freedom. And I hadn't, fully appreciated what that use of second person can do in writers, which I think also takes me back to the question of like gender and what it meant that his muse is this beautiful woman to whom he tells stories. Which reminds me of the question I wanted to ask you earlier, which is, so you talked about, the importance of stories in keeping, for example, Hong Kong alive. What do you think is the story that this protagonist is telling about himself? Who does he think he is? And what is the story that he's telling himself about his love interest?
I think in my mind the narrator is the person that's just writing this all down, like he feels the need to, because of like this and because of the fact that she constantly disappears or just leaves him somewhere. And so that it becomes necessary for him to want to write these moments down. And that's also a sentiment that comes from, I reference Wong Kar-wai a lot, the Hong Kong directors that also use longing or like being able to retain memory or something that's slowly fading away as like a means of survival, or you long for you value the present because there is an end. So and telling these stories and and in the form of this book itself is perhaps like a way for it's showing that, again, telling stories is how to continue the existence of something, and in this case for the narrator is this relationship.
So then extrapolating from that to the cities and like the broader political context that you're talking about, the context of like the aftermath and the ongoing reality of colonization, what you talked about Hong Kong having an expiry date. So what is the story that you would want Hong Kong to tell about itself after the expiry date? And also, what is the story then that Macau tells about itself outside this industry of tourist gambling?
I think Macau's really hard. Because it's in a way a kind of tool, or it has a function. And it's a gambling space, and money goes through there. So for Hong Kong, what is the story that they want to tell itself? I think that's for Hong Kong to decide, and I think that narrative is slowly shaping into something more clear. But I think it's still making its way there.
I guess I'm thinking about it in the context of what you've said about like colonization and Orientalism, where you talked about, Hong Kong having been subject to multiple forms of colonization. Is like, what is the future after colonization look like? What is an anti-colonial, what does a decolonial future look like, when also there is no like going back to some, kind of to your question of like representation and imitation, there's no going back to some like most authentic form of what might have been Hong Kong in the past, but just creating what it is in the future, in the present. So I'm just thinking through like the very multi-layered nature of this book, where like every story is also a different story, is recalling a different story, and the ways in which that seems also to be kind of what you're saying about Hong Kong in the present as it waits for its imminent future.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a really good point, because I worked on this paper a while ago with a film professor in Hong Kong, and he basically, the argument is that in order for Hong Kong to actually decolonize, you need to move away from the binary thinking of like the most Western democracy and like Chinese government. And so if you need to really find kind of a way that's not in these extreme terms to self-realize and solve the problems about the society that would actually help the people, help the common good of the people, and the argument he made, that I'm just helping with the sources, but is that it can't be either. It needs to be something that they decide to do for themselves, for ourselves, to solve the problems that we have within. And maybe that speaks at large to a lot of post-colonial spaces, but specifically in Hong Kong right now, I think that's true.
Yeah, and I thought that's why Macau was such an interesting example in this book, because it is a different form of structure of life there. Like the question of like the monopoly of the gambling industry there isn't one of colonization, or maybe it is. Like it depends on what you consider, how you consider colonial forces to interact. And so Macau read in concert with Hong Kong speak to like very different, at least in the book as it's represented, like very different kinds of angst and very different kinds of narratives, and the potential for narrative power. So it seems like Hong Kong in the book has more stories being told about it, but really there is in Macau, at least in the opening chapter, you feel this like, that's it. It's all it is. It's a gambling city, and people don't know how to break out of it because it's been so internalized and so entrenched. But then you have these like moments with like there are these churches and these ruins, and then she leaves him in the city.
But that's not to say. I did kind of mention this about Macau. The government is trying different policies to help people generate more industries. So they are giving people money, and education is for the most part free. So you have, but it's so hard to shift, right? You really need money. You need to, of course, resources, but you also need a lot of time. So yeah, I think I do kind of address that in Macau, but yeah, just wanted to say that it is moving forward slowly.
No, and thank you for that correction. I have one last question, because I know that we're running short on time. This has gone by much faster than I expected.
That went really quickly. Yeah, sorry.
This one character that I was like actually much more fond of than I thought I would be, which is Harold Lee. So he shows up in like the last few pages, and he's this like kind of bumbling bro, and he comes across as a bit of a protagonist a bit of a foil to the protagonist, more so than the love interest ever did. Can you talk to us about him? Why, in a book that was mostly about two people, did you have Harold Lee?
Harold Lee is this shiny Hong Kong American bro who did an MBA at Duke or something, and I think it's just a fresh perspective, because this narrator is inside his own head all the time. He's always left alone everywhere, but this person is able to just embrace his upbringing and taking advantage of his multicultural upbringing and just have fun and like not care in a different way. It's just taking advantage of the advantages that he has to have a good time, and doesn't concern himself with the things that the narrators or the female main character in the novel does. So I think it was also to be a little bit liberating to have that kind of perspective, because that in a way there's nothing wrong with that. That's like the best way to continue is just to maybe just be a happy bro.
Yeah. May we all aspire to the liberation of happy bros. On that note, we do have to close, and I'm just going to say again, thank you so much for joining us. For those of you who are viewing in, I've forgotten the words. You can find today's book, You Are Eating an Orange, You Are Naked, at Another Story bookstore. And the series will be live on the Word on the Street Toronto Digital Marketplace. You can find it online on the website, and also I believe this is how the Instagrammers do it, down there in the YouTube live comment. I feel very much like an influencer. Thank you for joining us today, Sheung-King. Thank you to Word on the Street, and thank you, Diaspora Dialogues.
Thank you so much. Thanks for yeah, that was incredible. Thank you for all your thoughtful questions.
Thank
I'm
you.
glad this was my first interview.
Well, thanks so much to both of you for a great conversation. We are going to return in about 15 minutes. And when we do, we will have our final Ideas and Imagination event for the evening. But before I tease that, I just wanted to say thank you again to our partner, Diaspora Dialogues, for bringing programming from their talk symposium to our WOTS 2020 online lineup. And of course, thanks again to Fatima and Sheung-King. So our last event on this stream for the evening will be our next installment in the Word on the Streets City Imagine series. Moderator Cheryl Case will speak with activist chef Joshna Maharaj, public health expert Karen Lee, and former Toronto Mayor David Miller. So join us back here in just 15 short minutes. Thanks so much. Good evening, everyone. I'm David Alexander, the Festival Director for The Word on the Street, Toronto. Tonight's discussion is another installment in our ongoing City Imagine series. It's called Root Causes, and I hope people appreciate that we found an appropriate vegetable/transit pun to use in the title. It's my pleasure to introduce tonight's moderator, Cheryl Case. Cheryl practices human rights approach to community planning. As founder of Principal Urban Planning, CP Planning, Cheryl coordinates charities, private sector industries, and communities to resource the systems necessary to ensure dignified living for all people. Cheryl is also the co-author and co-editor of House Divided, How the Missing Middle Will Solve Toronto's Affordability Crisis. Welcome, Cheryl.
Thank you so much, David. Such a great honor to be with you all today on this fine Saturday evening. So I am pleased to be a member of this panel with the wonderful David Miller, Joshna Maharaj, and Karen K. Lee. So David Miller is the author of Solved, How the World's Great Cities Are Fixing the Climate Crisis, published by University of Toronto Press. He is the director of International Diplomacy and Global Ambassador of Inclusive Climate Action at C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group. He was Mayor of Toronto from 2003 and 2010. Thank you, David. Joshna Maharaj is the author of Take Back the Tray, Revolutionizing Food in Hospitals, Food and Other Institutions, published by ECW Press. She is an award-winning chef, two-time TEDx speaker, and activist. She is a regular guest on CBC Radio, a passionate public speaker, and a co-host of the Hot Plate, a food and drink podcast. Thank you, Joshna. And we also have Karen K. Lee. She's an MD, MHSC, FR, CPC, author of Fit Cities, My Quest to Improve the World's Health and Wellness, including yours, published by Penguin Random House. She is an associate professor in the Division of Preventative Medicine, Department of Medicine at University of Alberta, and a director of the Housing for Health initiative funded by the Public Health Agency of Canada. Thank you, Dr. Karen Lee. So let's jump into the conversation, shall we? So my first question is for you, Karen. In your book, you speak about starting a new conversation. These past 4 months have been a flurry of new conversations. What is a new conversation around cities that can help us achieve a high quality of health for all residents?
Thanks, Cheryl. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, good. There's a little bit of echoing that I could hear from my end, but it sounds better now. So Cheryl, yeah, you're asking about the new conversation. And yes, I mean, currently, I think we're all having conversations about the epidemic, the pandemic of COVID-19. And, you know, from a health standpoint, these pandemics are important, but our current leading causes of death, disability, healthcare costs from around the world actually are actually the underlying conditions that make us at risk for severe infection and mortality from issues like COVID. So issues like heart disease and strokes, diabetes, cancers, and they share common risk factors of issues like physical inactivity, unhealthy diets, and even social isolation plays an important role in these diseases. Now, I think many of us have been thinking that we have to battle this alone, right? That it's our own faults if we're not eating healthily. It's our own faults if we're not, as active as we should be. But in fact, the evidence is showing us that how we design our communities, our neighborhoods, our streets, our buildings play a tremendous role in whether we are able to sustain these behaviors over time. So for example, if you live in a walkable community, then you actually will move more Often it has additional benefits of when more people are out on the streets, there's more eyes on the streets, so safety increases in that community. There's more chances that you're running into your neighbor, so social isolation decreases. And then of course it's also good for our environment if we're moving around using our own bodies. And often the studies are showing us it's actually also good for our economic health. Businesses like retail tends to spike when you improve walkability of communities. So I think it's time for a new conversation that we don't have to go it alone when we're trying to be healthy. And in fact, as a society, we've got roles to play in how we're designing and planning and building our communities, our neighborhoods, our streets that have actually multiple benefits for human health, economic health, and environmental health.
So this idea of, okay, sorry, technical issues. Thank you, Karen. So this idea of it's not an individual issue, it's more a thing that, collectively we have to have the built environment support us to have healthier lives and to have those sorts of connections. That makes me think about this 15-minute cities concept that we've spoken about, David. Can you share with us a little bit about what that means for the sustainability movement? And
yeah, thanks very much, Cheryl, and it's really a pleasure that I could listen to Karen and Josh talk all evening. So I will try to do more listening than talking. I think they've both done really fascinating work, and both of them, I think, help us realize that this is all linked together. And the organization I work for is an organization of the mayors of the world's leading cities. And they're working together to address climate change, but they see these issues as integrated. And we've certainly seen this year in the context of the global pandemic, both the opportunity and the necessity to address environmental issues, social justice issues, and health issues together. And one of the ways that mayors are trying to do this is by thinking about a city a little bit differently. And probably since World War II, so for about 70 years or so, we have thought of cities as a place where downtown is where all the jobs are. There might be an industrial area out here, and people move to those jobs. And what the 15-minute city concept is thinking about how do we create a city where everyone is 15 minutes from what they need to do? So it's really much more an idea of a city of neighborhoods. And the measures that we're seeing mayors undertake, like Mayor Valérie Plante from Montreal, are measures that change their city from a city focused on getting around by cars to a city focused on active transportation. That's one way of addressing a 15-minute city. There's lots of other things that can be done around planning. And of course, the pandemic has been an appropriate time to bring in these measures because so many white-collar workers are working from home. So people are in their neighborhoods. So we've seen in Montreal, I think something like 130 kilometers of bike lanes being done in a month. We've seen in Madrid, Milan, and Paris, and Barcelona, similar kinds of measures to ensure that people can safely and on bicycle get around their neighborhoods, accompanied in Barcelona's case by building things like social services into super blocks. So there are social services available based on this same concept of a 15-minute city. And one of the things, if you extrapolate this in a really logical way, you see that not only do you address transportation needs in a less expensive way for people, you make it not necessary to own a car, which is expensive. You also address health needs, and of course you address environmental needs by dramatically lowering emissions from transportation. And I think it's an interesting idea because it brings some of these themes together and ensures in the end that the city is a far better place to live, which of course is the mayor's job, which is why mayors of many different political backgrounds in many different countries and continents are trying to think about how these ideas are applicable to their city.
50-minute city is something that you talked about. It touches on this transportation, and white collar workers are working from home more likely, so they're not wanting to go maybe as far as before. And I'm sure other folks of other types of working in other spaces are also looking to not travel as far, right? Because taking the bus is a lot more risky, but people don't always have that option to not travel as far. And so how is it that we can maybe make those things more accessible to a wider variety of folks and from a wider diversity of income? So it's because as we know, white collar workers are typically higher income. They're typically whiter than average populations for the cities that they live in. So
we have some name, Cheryl.
Yes. Yep. And feel free,
from my
Karen, also if you have a response to that as well.
I think it's a great question, and I do think it links up with food, and I'll be interested to hear some comments about that in a few minutes. But it's spot on. From my perspective, what 15-minute city means is not making the city a better place for white-collar workers. They just happen to have helped propel the transition because a lot of them are home. It's about making a city where you don't have to have such huge distances between work and home, and where you don't have to have a car in order to get around. So it also means providing really good, safe public transit. So one of the things we've seen in Toronto, for example, is pretty significant cuts to public transit in the context of COVID. So by my personal observation, I don't have any statistics for this because I haven't done the research, but by my personal observation, the subway, which tends to serve those same white-collar communities, is pretty safe and pretty uncrowded. But buses are extremely crowded, and they tend to be used by lower-income people, often by racialized communities. And so there is something that can be done there. We can, through the federal or provincial governments or through the city governments, we can actually fund far better, more convenient public transit. There's some other things we can do in the context of the pandemic, which aren't necessarily 15-minute city issues. But we have seen, for example, personal care workers in seniors' homes are extremely at risk for COVID because they have to work multiple jobs in order to put food on the table. Why is that? Because they're not guaranteed full-time hours and they're not paid a decent living wage. Well, that's something we can fix. The workers in the city homes, City of Toronto homes, actually do tend to be paid a living wage and get full-time hours and benefits and a pension. Those should be the standards for the private sector homes. And who are personal care workers? They're predominantly new Canadians, predominantly people of color, predominantly women. And those workers deserve, we know they're essential, they deserve to be paid like they're essential. And to me, that kind of thinking as part of how we discuss how we're going to recover from COVID is essential, because we know those workers are bearing the brunt of the situation. So we have to provide the transit for them. We have to provide the safe neighborhoods for them. We have to provide the transportation operations. But most of all, we have to provide decent full-time work that's properly paid with benefits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you, David. So the points you brought up do make me actually think about food, because you're talking about also investing in the things that we value, right? Like investing in transit, because it's something that we should value and that will help marginalized people. Investing in people who are working in those essential jobs that don't allow them to maybe work from home and be in more safe environments. In your book, Natasha, you spoke about needing to invest in food and how food impacts their health, and also about the way that food is transported. Can you maybe make a few connections here that to illuminate those issues for the audience?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. There's a big pocket of things, but one of the pieces that I feel really fits in with this moment in the conversation is the idea about food culture, right? And what food culture is. Because when we think about how we plan cities, how we build cities, I believe we don't do it with enough of a sense of food culture and of supporting food culture. And so what I mean by that is sort of the way that food lives in a community, right? And to me, culture is sort of the way that a community's values are manifest on the ground, right? The way you see things, particularly, obviously, I'm focused on our public institutions, but the way you see things play out is a reflection of what we believe is to be important. And that is where things get tricky, right? Because I remember in 2011, when I started in my first hospital project, I realized that the problem of bad hospital food was way more than money, right? The issue is not about where we're buying food from or the recipes we're using. It is about the level of priority that food has in this place in general, right? It's about the understanding that people, that healthcare folks have about the role that food plays in actually nurturing somebody's life. And that's when I realized that the values that are most prevalent in our institutional food culture are really about denying people's humanity, meeting bare minimum requirements, and corporate contract compliance, right? If we looked at the vision for the city that exists somewhere at City Hall, or was asserted somewhere, none of those things, you know what I mean? It's a huge disconnect. None of those things are connected and are happening. And so a lot of the work that I do is to try and really illuminate the disconnect and figure out ways to rebuild this, right? Because we know that good food policy, right, just really a sustainable, ecological, healthful, wholesome food policy will automatically mean good environment, will take better care of the land, will have better secure jobs for people, health outcomes will increase. The offset of other pieces in any community really ripple out from an investment in food. So that is I just like to have my hands on everybody's shoulders and pivot us more into the direction of a bigger connection between food and public space and our culture.
Yeah, I think you bring up some wonderful points there, Joshna, talking about relationship with land and how, culture. Looking at the land use is not just a decision it's been made, but it's actually a cultural relationship, and that cultural relationship manifests into the quality of our health and the quality of the environment. Right, is the environment being taken care of? And so one thing that we had a bit of a backroom talk, and Dr. Karen, you were speaking a little bit about how food has actually been brought into some spaces of planning. Can you talk to us a little bit about how we brought food into planning and allowing for growing in cities?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to start also by talking about this issue of that 15-minute city and equity, and equitable access, I think, for different folks. So one, of course, is the socioeconomic components of, can you afford a car? Can you afford multiple cars within a household? And so if you don't have places you can access by active transportation, walking, cycling, transit within 15 minutes, then chances are you will need one or multiple cars in your household. And if that is a hardship for you financially, you'll still need to own it. Second of all, there are also other populations that can't drive anymore, right? Like, for example, there are folks with disabilities who may not be able to drive. As you age, you may have to stop driving. And so the equity issues, I think, extend way beyond only the socioeconomic, but they also include the socioeconomic. Now, I wanted to transition into food with the 15-minute city as well by talking about the importance of healthy food premises within that 15-minute radius as well, right? And so very frequently we might talk about, having a variety of services, but if we don't specifically specify that healthy food outlets, a healthy food retail premises, ways to grow healthy food are all also within that 15 minutes, then we're missing the point. I'll give you an example about healthy food and planning. So prior to my return to Alberta, I was in New York City for 12 years. And for the bulk of that, I worked for Mayor Bloomberg's administration. And I was in charge of a program called FRESH, Food Retail Expansion to Support Health. In that program, we actually partnered with city planning and with economic development. And we looked at, where were our rates of obesity and diabetes highest? Well, lo and behold, they were actually in some of our poorest neighborhoods. And when city planning took their data and overlaid whether we had supermarkets, for example, that, is one premise where you can buy produce, they also found that supermarkets were lacking in those neighborhoods. So what we did was we undertook together to create fresh zones. Those were zones where supermarket operators could get additional tax and zoning incentives to build or grow their supermarkets. And by doing so, we actually did a number of things. One is we increased the access to fresh fruits and vegetables. We also increased access to jobs, right? Because those neighborhoods actually needed jobs. And so the Fresh Initiative, since it's begun, has created thousands of jobs, as well as created, much square footage for the selling of healthier foods like fruits and vegetables. So that's one example. And then, perhaps I'll talk about my other example later on. But another example that comes to mind is in New York, in the South Bronx. I've worked with a number of developers that built affordable housing or mixed income housing in the South Bronx. And one of them actually has a hydroponic farm on its roof. And the hydroponic farm, percentage of the food goes to, of the produce goes to the building's low-income residents. The other portion is actually sold to high-end restaurants as locally sourced herbs and locally sourced produce. And that's one of the ways that it actually sustains itself financially. So those are a couple of examples.
Mm-hmm. So I'm curious, what was the spark that lit for those changes to take place?
Well, I think partnerships was a really key piece, right? Because, for example, people like myself, who's a physician, or folks who work in healthcare, we might know the health concerns that are out there. We might even know the evidence of what, for example, in the built environment could shape these health outcomes. But we're not going to be able to make those changes to the built environment without working with folks like yourself, Cheryl, like planners, without working with cities like our mayors, without working with folks who change the cultural conversations, whether it's around food or other issues like JOSNA. And so the partnerships piece was a really key piece. The other is, we have to build, when we're doing new construction, when we're retrofitting and renovating our infrastructure, why aren't we doing it such that these multiple priority outcomes of health, of environment, of, that integrates in culture? Why are we not doing that routinely so that all of our priority outcomes are addressed all at once? And so I know that when I was working for Mayor Bloomberg's administration, those priority outcomes were always at the forefront. So whatever sorts of construction projects we would do, those outcomes would be ones that we would try to achieve.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. So I guess the importance of partnerships and being open to partnering, right? Because also I think a lot of these issues, generally speaking, there's been knowledge about them for quite a long time, but it's about how do we, bring people together to solve these issues. And that's something, David, that, you at C40, that one of your key priorities is bringing together mayors across Canada to solve these issues. So if you have any advice for, people in the audience who are also deeply invested in these issues, what are some ways that they can foster those partnerships to get to those solutions?
Well, one thing I was going to add to Karen's list was leadership. Mike Bloomberg, yes, he's a billionaire, but he also cared deeply about people's health. He was a real leader on anti-smoking legislation, for example. It's been forgotten now, but banning smoking from bars and restaurants was a pitch battle. Mike was very strong in that. So I completely agree with everything Karen said, and I think that project is really inspiring to bring healthy food and jobs together to low-income marginalized neighborhoods. But leadership matters. And so, how do we influence leadership as citizens? First of all, I think using our voices really matters. Some of the mayors in the C40 over time have felt, it's difficult to be as bold as they want to be on climate change. And they want to do what's scientifically necessary. And I can maybe talk about that later if there's time, but they want to do what's scientifically necessary, which today loosely means halving your emissions by 2030. That's a really tough task. And some of them felt handicapped because they weren't sure the people of their city were with them. And so people using their voices really matters. It matters politically. It also matters in other circumstances. I speak on climate change and social justice issues all the time, and I've been on lots and lots of panels with people like engineers and architects who talk about their interest in green projects. And every single time that I've asked them why their engineering or architectural firm is interested in doing the right thing for climate change, they say that it's because of their employees, that they cannot recruit younger employees unless they're really demonstrating environmental values. And that's another way of people using their voices, not just to say, hey, this is the right political thing or this is the wrong political thing, so I'm going to protest. And protest mattered. Greta Thunberg has done an amazing job changing the global dialogue on climate change, but it matters in other circumstances too, in job interviews with your neighbors, everything. That's the first thing. I think people's actions matter, although it's my view that our collective responsibility and how we come together collectively is even more important. You know, we use bullfrog power at home, but if you change the power grid so it's green, then everybody uses bullfrog power essentially. So that collectivity is important, but people's actions matter. You know, on climate, you know, eating a mostly plant diet really matters a lot. And it happens also to be good for your health. And then the final thing, of course, is using your vote. And if we elect the right people, a lot of these things are a lot easier to do.
I agree 100%, David. Thank you for that. All that great advice. I'll have to take a look at that. Hopefully this pod is up afterwards. I can, give it a watch. So I was not taking notes, but I was listening. So Joshua, so Dr. Karen and David Miller have spoken about different approaches to getting these ideas implemented, building partnerships, speaking up. And I found it really interesting, his note about how it is oftentimes the end user who, I'm speaking specifically actually more so about the employee who's able to impact the decision making of the employer, right? The staff impacting the company. And another way it could also be the consumer impacting the grocery store. So do you have any stories about how, the user or the person has impacted a larger organization through their, speaking up?
Yes, it's a great question. Immediately, I'm reminded of students on campus at Ryerson University. I was on the campus at Ryerson for 2.5 years, overhauling food services. And the whole reason I was there was because the students were angry and they literally occupied the president's office, which is a joyful thing as far as I'm concerned. I would have been right there with them with my fist in the air, right? I was delighted that students got angry enough and were motivated enough, you know what I mean, to take this action. But even once we decided, I convinced them, we worked together, they hired me to make some change on the campus. And as we started building menus, we realized that the students are very savvy eaters, right? They know what they want. They know what they're looking for. They asked all the right questions about where food was coming from, about how cows were raised, and for the beef and the burgers. And that was really important to us to recognize that we needed to meet the students where they were. And that delightfully required in the food service, we had 12 outlets across the campus that required everybody's bar to lift, right? Because that level of accountability was now just normal practice. That wasn't some extra special anything. This was just standard food service. I had to be able to tell them where the food came from, down to names of farms and that sort of thing. And my staff on the ground had to be able to answer questions about what was gluten-free and whether all the chicken on the campus was halal, right? And those are all really important changes that we made to serve our community the best way we could. But this would have never happened had the students not sort of taken the leadership, right, as we say, to voice their displeasure and to let people know and to let the administration know that they were not happy. And I couldn't have been happier to work with students with this kind of excitement about their campus food culture, right?
That's a fantastic story. And so again, coming back to that like really strong, social base of community members who are able to speak up and work collectively, right? So it's not always just the one-off, but it's also the collective action and principled action, right? I think if I'm gonna maybe share some of my thoughts a little bit, like things are like because I practice a human rights to planning, and I feel like, the solution that we put forward should always be centering human rights and our ability to live, healthy lives and being able to collectivize around those topics and to educate ourselves around those topics is so important. And when leadership can actually listen to folks making those calls, that is, shows great humility. Because I know sometimes, leaders will dig in their heels and they won't listen. And hopefully we'll see less of that in the coming months and see more change and more progressive change for healthy cities. So, if I was to ask David Miller another question, and so, we're giving a lot of examples of how change has been made. In your book, you talk about how cities are solving, these great climate crises that we are currently facing and are, on progress to face if we don't change things quickly. Can you please share some examples of how, a city has, made, changes to really undo the harms that are caused by the climate crisis?
Absolutely, and I guess the first thing a city has to do, and we've seen this in cities around the world, is build a climate plan. And what the best cities are doing, for example, Los Angeles, is doing that in an incredibly inclusive way so that you don't get the phenomena that you just said, Cheryl, where there's somebody with an idea that's not going to listen to anybody. In fact, the plan's developed in partnership with the community. And one of the things that does is empower people and give their voice some power and influence. It's extremely important. And so you see climate plans that are addressing climate change and equity and inequality and things like food and many other things. From a narrow climate perspective, the heart of those plans is around four things. It's around transportation, how we heat and cool buildings, how we manage our waste, and how we generate our electricity. And there are examples in major cities around the world of huge progress on each. And my thesis in the book is we should be hopeful because we don't have to reinvent things. What we have to do is take the best ideas that are happening somewhere and do them everywhere. We just need to do them really quickly, like sort of now, tomorrow. As soon as the panel's over, we got to start. And so there's some great examples. Toronto's plan passed in 2007. And based on that plan and the province closing the Lakeview coal-fired plant, the greenhouse gas emissions from the city of Toronto geographic area, not the city operations, the whole geographic area, all 3 million of us, are now over 30% below 1990 levels. And that's actually in excess of what national governments committed to under the Kyoto Accord, for those who remember yet another international agreement that all the national governments are breaching. It's really fantastic. If you want to look at some of the elements, electrification of transportation is a really important part of how we address climate change. So you want to clean your grid, like Ontario's more or less is, and then you want to electrify vehicles. 7 years ago, the C40 approached major bus manufacturers, and they said, oh, no, we're decades off. That's pie in the sky. And there were something like a few pilots, I think about 100 pilot electric buses in various cities. There's now over 66,000 led by China, Shenzhen, China. All of its buses are electric, and all of its taxis are either already electric or will be. Now, suppose in Canada that as part of the just and green recovery that Prime Minister Trudeau announced in the throne speech last week, the federal government said, all Canada Post vehicles are going to be, all new ones are going to be electric. That's technically possible. Suppose they said, we're going to fund all of the major cities in Canada so all of their new buses can be electric. Suppose they said, we're going to work with provinces to pass legislation that ensures that all other delivery firms are all electric going forward. That's all technically possible right now and make a huge difference. Clean electricity, same thing. Solid waste, it's about separating your waste and creating compost, which goes right back to food and to local. And there's some really, really interesting spin-offs of that if you think about it more broadly, including, you know, how successful our parks are. Can we have urban farms? Toronto at one point in time, unfortunately, they haven't done this, but they had a plan to use all of their compost and capture the methane gas and use that to power the garbage trucks, which was a closed loop. Now they've privatized part of it, so it makes it much more difficult. But there's fascinating spin-offs if you just stick to the basics. And something on all of those issues is happening in a big city somewhere in the world that is a major, major change. I'll just point to two more really quickly. Vancouver's new building code is incredible. And it's requiring buildings to dramatically drop, for example, the amount of concrete they use, dramatically lower greenhouse gas emissions. Why can't that be the global standard? It's not even the Canadian standard. The Canadian Building Code's advisory. Why doesn't it just use Vancouver's and say, this is the state of the art, go do it? New York City, on existing buildings, has recently passed a mandate. Mike Bloomberg did some good work saying you got to post how inefficient you are. And on the expensive office buildings, emissions dramatically dropped. Mayor de Blasio has gone further and said, here's your mandate, you have to reduce emissions. Why isn't that law everywhere? And so for me, these are problems you can solve. They're not technical problems, they're political problems. They're us deciding to organize in a way that works better. And of course, you get the great spin-offs that we've been talking about in health and food and other areas when you do it right.
I just wanted to add to what David is saying, and that, you know, I think the planning components of a city have tremendous opportunity. So, you know, many cities, most cities have master plans, right, that guide the growth of that city over time. And if you look at some really good master plans, they often have goals of environmental sustainability, goals for health, directly integrated right into them. So when I was working in New York City under Mayor Bloomberg, we created Plan YC 2030. And, you know, the version 2 in 2011 that was produced actually had not only goals for public health and for environment, but actually City Council passed legislation that required that, you know, where city staff actually developed indicators for each of these goals, and City Council passed legislation that those goals, that those indicators would be reported on to the public every 4 years, so that even across administrations going forward, we have to keep making progress and show how we're making progress on those indicators towards those larger goals. And then David's point about, you know, for example, government policy as being a case example and setting the example. So, you know, whether it's municipal construction, provincial construction, federally funded transportation systems, buildings, you know, often in many of our communities, government can be some of the largest employers. And so all of those buildings, all those fleets of vehicles, you know, I sometimes wonder why, for example, you know, even in parks, we've got little carts that actually run on motor. Why are those not tricycles? Or, you know, bicycles with a carrier that will concurrently not generate emissions and also improve the health of our parks workers. So I think that there are these sort of synergies around health and environment that constantly need to be forefront, and that we can use government infrastructure creation, government infrastructure maintenance, our own workplaces, our own sets of like resources that we have to manage to be exemplars of both health and sustainability.
Can I jump in here for a moment? Now the excitement is growing. One of the things that really keeps coming up in this conversation is how connected all of these ideas are, right? The interconnectedness really reveals itself. And from a food and food systems perspective, this pandemic has really revealed where the open spaces are, let's say, right, and the vulnerabilities and the opportunities to do things differently. I think that this last intense 6 months that we've had here, at least in Toronto, has really shown us how much we need each other and how much we're connected to each other, and how easily everything can come tumbling down when one thing shifts. You know what I mean? Some behavior changes, or some, obviously the imposition of a global pandemic is a major shift. But the test of our grassroots systems has really been a thing, right? And some have done very well and others have not. And one of the things that has come up over and over again for me is that the way forward, where I've seen pockets of success have been around the idea of regional networks of people who care about each other. That seems to be all that's required, right, to build a thriving community, right? It's when we saw that food supplies were in danger, or people were isolated, or all of these beautiful, all of these sort of challenges showed up once we were all put into lockdown, to watch organically how people just built new systems, right, on the ground. They assessed the need. They knew that there were some old folks living, or there was, some dogs or cat or whatever it was. People pivoted and communities pivoted and made these changes so that everybody was cared for or paid attention to. And the speed with which that happened kind of blew me away a little bit, right? To watch these new ideas from my farmer pals who set up, literally food box pickups in parking lots or on the side of the road or whatever it was, to keep people connected to good food, to meal programs and other systems of people cooking and and sealing things up and dropping them off so that we minimized human contact, but we figured it out, right? Because we cared about each other and because we understood that there was some part of this that we all needed to share. And to me, those two pieces are really what we need to hold on to as we sort of start visioning new ideas, or at least putting together the ideas that a lot of us have had for a while about the future.
So, Cheryl, is it okay if I just ask Josh a quick question? So I just want to follow up on that, Josh, because I agree with you. It's been inspiring to see us self-organize around change as a result of the pandemic, particularly around healthy food. But we do need institutional change too. Yes. And when I was in office, thinking about local food and from a climate perspective, we tried to change the food systems in our childcare centers, city-run childcare centers, and Toronto's the largest childcare provider in Canada, by the way. So it's a big deal. And city-run homes for the aged.
Right.
And both of them in the 80s, for cost reasons, had gotten rid of their kitchens, generally, not always, but generally, and gone to frozen food.
Yep.
And the cost of changing was really difficult.
Yes.
And I wasn't able to maneuver it through council. It was still being studied by the time I left office. That, to me, is an issue of systemic change. People are part of it, demanding healthy food, but you've succeeded in systemically changing institutions that nobody can change, like hospitals. So how have you done it? How have you made that happen? I think it's a really important part of the story.
Thank you. That's super kind. In fact, I worked on a student nutrition program during your time in office here, and I was part of the recipe development side of things to encourage more growth at that level. But you are very right. I really think that the biggest role that government can play is policy change, right? Things like mandatory minimum purchasing of local food for institutions, this kind of thing. But this supporting this transition was the major roadblock, because like you said, many hospitals and schools have surrendered their kitchens, right? MRI machines, other, diagnostics, other these things have become more important than the food. And so the notion that I was now going to show up wanting that entire union staff to do their job differently, we're going to buy all this different food, and we're going to literally like dust off, plastic covered kitchen equipment and start making dreamy broth from scratch, you get whiplash thinking about the amount of change that's required. But what I realized was that I focused on spaces where there were in fact kitchens. To be honest, many of them were plastic covered and dusty, that we literally started scrubbing old machines down and plugging things in to see if they still worked. But one of the pieces that really started to come together was the runoff financial benefit. And look, my heart is not thrilled about the idea that the financial argument ends up being the most well-received one, right? I just really think this is the right thing to do. But sadly, I can't cash that check too much, right? That people aren't really behind the right thing to do. But when we started seeing things like, once a hospital started spending more money at the local level, then our farmers started seeing growth, right? Reliability with monthly accounts and things that they could count on, that enabled them to grow. And by the time I got to my third institution, to really sort of see what this values-based purchasing structure could actually accomplish, it became a very substantial thing, right? If you imagine that the average hospital spends, $1 or $2 million a year on food, average university is about the same. And if we can now focus things on keeping that money here, because we actually have a kitchen that can use raw local ingredients, right? Because the processing piece is not there, that really opens things up. But as I'm saying this, I realize that I'm perhaps not actually answering the question. I think that the way that I have had success has been patience and relentlessness, right? Because I see it. I see it as such a real obvious thing, right? And that once patient outcomes are improved, we start seeing the fact that the staff are prouder to serve these trays, and their quality, their sort of work experience increases. And there's this beautiful like reverse dominoes that happens in the entire institution. And I have had great success in convincing people of the worthiness of this by really illustrating that chain of values, right? If we have values, there's a way that we can actually live them. And so I think that the benefit of what I've done is really sort of lay that out in front of people, be like, here's what actually is possible, right? The money piece is a huge obstacle, but caring about this and really wanting to do it has proven to be a much more influential piece, right? It is really about what we care about and what we want our communities to be about. And I am super grateful that pulling that lever has actually seemed to work.
I suspect the relentlessness was the lever that actually worked.
So. Look at all this gray hair. This is all the institutional food revolution is right here, man, for sure.
Hello? Okay. Yes. Okay. I was saying that persistence is one of the key ingredients to making change and to be able to inspire people to join you in this journey. And I feel like you guys have all done a fantastic job of illustrating that that vibrance of knowledge, and also being able to welcome people to be a part of this movement and to think about these things in a collective and a communal, and then also very, I think, heartwarming kind of way. Like that is so critical. So I'm seeing that we have about 5 minutes left in the panel. So I think, this would be a great time for people to share their last comments. And if you can maybe do a little bit about answering the YouTube question that we have, which is talking about 15-minute neighborhoods. So I'm going to put a bit of a twist on that question. So in your final remarks, if you can share, maybe what are, 2 things you would love to see in your 15-minute neighborhood, and include that in your final remarks, for this panel. So let's start with Karen.
Okay, thank you. I was going to say that I think we need to define the amenities that are vitally important for everyday living and for keeping healthy as you live your life day to day. That needs to be within that 15-minute active transportation radius. And so by that, I mean, you know, for example, if we want more of our children to walk to school and have that be part of their activity every day, schools need to be within that 15-minute radius if you have homes for families. I've already mentioned that I think, you know, healthy food needs to be within that within that radius, and that so premises that sell things like produce, supermarkets, farmers markets, you know, the types of landscaping we put into our communities. Are they fruit trees, for example? Can our vegetation not only be grass, but other types of edibles are really important. That you have access to transportation modes that can take you even further, like transit, when you need to get out of that 15-minute radius is really important. And the design of those amenities are also really important. So for example, recently, one of my grad students did a photo voice study where he had seniors go out into the community and take pictures and of things that they felt impacted their health. And even where there were amenities to walk to, some of the elements that came up was, you know, that because of improper drainage, for example, at curbs, there were many seniors who would point out that they couldn't really cross the street because if it rained, when snow melted, they couldn't actually get from the crosswalk onto the sidewalk because water would pool up. And so if you were in a walker, if you had a cane, then you couldn't actually navigate that space. And so the design elements are also really important. On the foodscapes element, just to wrap up, one of the items that also came up in this photo voice study was that the seniors wanted small local food stores, not only you know, very large spaces and chain sorts of spaces, because in those smaller local food stores, they could get healthy food, but they could also, they were more likely to run into their neighbors and socialize when they ran into their neighbors. And so there were components that were really surprising from the study that really elevated, I think, how we think about the 15-minute neighborhood.
Amazing, thank you. I'll pass it on to David.
Great, thanks. I think that was fantastic, Karen. I'd add a couple of things. Great parks and great libraries. Important for quite different reasons, particularly in newcomer cities like Toronto. Libraries are the place where newcomers have their chance to become Canadian. You know, it's where they get their information, access to job opportunities, training, English second language, everything through the computer system and the books. Really important. But the bigger picture is what Karen talked about, which is a neighborhood that includes all the elements that satisfy your needs. And that's why it's an equity issue to have 15-minute neighborhoods. It's not just about white-collared white people who can work from home in the least. And I just want to, the YouTube question was about what do you do with downtown, as you know, and what's pre-existing. Well, I would look at that slightly differently. What about going forward? Where do we put our investments? In Toronto, we're about to spend $6 billion on an extension of a subway in Scarborough to help people go downtown. It goes into the middle of Scarborough, but doesn't reach all the other neighborhoods. For exactly the same amount of money, you could have a transit network that serves all the neighborhoods in Scarborough by light rail, including the lowest income ones, and allows people to get around Scarborough and supports those neighborhoods as they become 15-minute neighborhoods. Those are the kinds of questions governments are facing right now. And for me, you invest in the way that not only uses the money the best and smartest, which of course light rail does because it's much cheaper, but it also serves the needs of the low-income communities in Scarborough to get around within Scarborough instead of just using all the money to help people get downtown. That's how you go forward and build a city that's full of 15-minute neighborhoods that address equity issues. And we're facing those decisions over the next couple of years. And if people agree, speak up.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you brought up, David, about how that $6 billion investment is just, about getting people downtown, while instead it could have supported transit and mobility across the city, or across Scarborough, sorry. And one thing that I found actually through my research is that in the city of Toronto, over 2/3 of the city has been stagnant in population or has lost population over the past, I think 30 to 50 years, which is quite a, it's an issue really, because it actually leads to schools closing across many of the neighborhoods in our city, which is an issue that, one of the core things that we need, asked for our amazing doctor, Karen Lee, right? We need to have schools in these communities, but we're not going to have them if we're, planning to just, put all the development in the downtown and not provide transit across cities. So Joshna, for this 15-minute city, we're going to have great parks. We're going to have great food. We have it already, but I'm sure you'd love to add that in as well. Transit. Can you maybe add your spices to this bowl that we're building?
So sweet. Clearly, food is at the top of my list, but specifically in a municipal context, there are two things that I really want to see as we move forward are more municipal supports for food markets in public spaces, right? The amount of work that farmers markets in the city have had to do to just get back up on their feet because they are not protected at all, right? They don't have the same classification as grocery stores, and that has been a ridiculous food security issue, right? From giving farmers a marketplace, right? Farmers need a more reliable marketplace, and people in cities need more reliable access to local food. So municipal support with permanent physical space committed is really what I want to see for food markets. But also, I want to see more food skills learning opportunities, right? That is really one of the gaps that we see a lot. And I'm talking about open kitchens, community kitchens of every variety, and gardens and growing spaces, greenhouses, things like that. Some beautiful person just gave me an envelope of coriander seed from Allen Gardens. And I packed it away in my spice cupboard, and it feels more special than any other coriander. You know what I mean? I've got many coriander seed is easy in the Indian kitchen, but I have this tiny little bit of seed, and I have to really think about what I'm going to cook and what deserves these beautifully locally grown organic seeds. And so those two pieces together, I think, are going to really lift our connectedness to each other, our individual health and nourishment, and the vibrance that we see in this community here in Toronto, for sure.
Thanks, Josh. Those are great points. It's the permanence and security of for these food vendors, and also the ability for them to get training to know how to grow food and to know how to trade their food. I think this is a good time for me to maybe plug a really amazing organization in Toronto called Sundance Harvest. There are many amazing organizations, but this one in particular, I'm greatly fond of. This is led by a young woman in Toronto, Cheyenne Sundance, and she has her own urban farm. She's in Downview Park. She has a CSA, which is I don't really know what it stands for, but you buy food from her, it comes to you. And she has this program called Growing the Margins, teaching young people how to farm and how to start their own farming business in the city of Toronto. And there are other groups people like Cheyenne. There are people, I've heard about a group recently, or a woman recently in Mississauga, who is a young woman of color who is also putting forward this message about, growing in the cities. So I encourage everybody out there to, look for your local food growers, and, they might be also willing to provide training to you, and to welcome you into this space, because it's definitely a space that I've found to be quite welcoming. I've only learned about food, if I'm honest, over the past maybe year, essentially. Right, I was very unaware about this food system, and I'm very thankful to now know about this industry and its impact. So altogether, I think you guys have done a lovely, amazing job about talking about the root causes, sharing ideas, and really igniting people's imaginations on what is possible. So thank you so much. It's been a great experience, and thank you also to Word on the Street for hosting this conversation. It's been a great hour.
Thank you so much, Cheryl, David, Karen, and Joshna. I will plug the books. Take Back the Tray by Joshna Maharaj. Fit Cities by Karen K. Lee, solved by David Miller, and House Divided, edited by Cheryl Cape, are all available from our official bookseller, Another Story Bookshop, at anotherstory.ca. And this concludes the first day of the Word on the Street's Ideas and Imagination stream. The Word on the Street is still going on, even as we speak, on our Books and Discovery stream, which you can find streaming live on our YouTube channel right now. We have 2 more events tonight. Right now, we are pleased to present a discussion with novelist Catherine Hernandez, author of Crosshairs. And our last event of the evening will be a discussion with Justin Ling on his new book, Missing from the Village, the story of serial killer Bruce McArthur, the search for justice, and the system that failed Toronto's queer community. And please join us again tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. for more great content like you enjoyed here today. The Word on this Street is funded in part by the Government of Canada, the Government of Ontario, and the City of Toronto. We acknowledge the support of the Canada Council for the Arts, the Ontario Arts Council, the Toronto Arts Council, and Ontario Creates. Ce projet est financé en partie par le gouvernement du Canada, le gouvernement de l'Ontario, et la ville de Toronto. Thank you for joining us, and see you again tomorrow.